of opportunities for fixed income is next year, and then also consider how does this tighter policy continue to percolate through the equity markets, and where does that create opportunities and where does that create problems for in places based on just sort of that duration exposure that might be more prolonged than we like.
Katie, do you think we've seen peak rates back in late October?
Oof, that is the billion-dollar question, to be honest.
Well, you're the one who went to MIT. You got a PhD at MIT.
Tell us.
Well, you know what's interesting? Yeah, so sorry. Yeah, no. What's interesting is we're really at that inflection point, because I've been looking at the trends in fixed income, and we started off with the inverted curve. We moved to a disinversion this year. The next phase is naturally a steeper yield curve. The question is, do we have a steeper yield curve because of some difficult situation where we actually have higher rates for longer, or do we get cuts? And I think that's where I'm not sure yet, to be honest, but I do think we need to have a steep yield curve at some point.
How do you view the direction of the economy and also consumer spending? Because there's so much still kind of gloom out there about the consumer pulling back. I mean, if you look at those third quarter GDP numbers, we'll get another revision on that later this week. I mean, that was close to 5% growth. If you look at the Atlanta Fed numbers, obviously those are coming down around 2% for the fourth quarter. But just on the back of this record online sales for Black Friday, I mean, should we really be concerned about consumer spending?
Well, this has been a continual question as well, is that consumers are just being much more resilient than people have expected. And I think that's why this narrative of when do we cut rates, when are we done, has been so hard, because there hasn't been a clear sign that we're ready to cut anytime soon, because consumers continue to be resilient. And, you know, the recent data this week has really already showed that, you know, it's not clear.
Katie, I guess the one of the trades that we read about a lot this year was, you know, the hedge funds short treasuries. Do you think that's still the case, or have they kind of covered that here?
I mean, okay, this is a great question. I love this question because I'm a quant. And when I look at the signals right now, what is alarming to me is long-term signals are still short in fixed income, given the moves that we've seen until recently. Shorter term signals are moving more on the long side. So we're seeing this sort of mixed view on fixed income. So that inflection point so I do think because of that, there are going to be some investors who still think this may not be over yet. And so I think that's mixed, but there's definitely less of them than there were before.
What about in the commodities market? What is energy telling us about the direction of the economy?
This is really one of my favorite questions, because we have really been pointing to the energy moves earlier in the fall when we started to see energy prices surging again. But look what happened recently. Energy is now a short signal, and that's been one of the more recent developments. And that tells us that we didn't really have enough legs in that energy move to cause some serious issues for inflation, which is a positive sign, I'd say, for this inflation narrative of raising rates is a little bit more likely to be over soon, which I think is good for the consumer. It's good for this getting to target. And, you know, it's something to continue watching, but definitely it had moved to a point where we were watching it. But now it's come back, and now it's short, are the signals for energy. Kind of interesting.
All right, so in the treasury market, why can't I just go buy a 2-year treasury and get my close to 5% and just kind of call it a couple of years here?
Well, the problem is you're going to have to roll that over, right?
Yeah, so 2 years, a lot can happen in 2 years.
Yeah, that's true. And so I think where the challenge is that if you look at where the curve is today, we still don't have that duration premium there. So if you buy longer term debt, and we do have an environment where yields continue to be higher, that might be negative NPV in relative terms. And I think that's where I think you have to think about what is going to happen for cuts is going to dictate when we get to that steeper curve or a more normal yield curve. So yeah, the 2-year looks still very good. And I think that's why people are buying it right now. And that's why yields have been going down, because people think this opportunity might not last. So maybe it's time to buy treasuries because you want to lock in those rates.
We only have about 45 seconds left, but what's the top question that you hear from your clients?
Oh, I think the biggest question is, are we done? Are interest rates going to go down, and when? And tell me now, because I think everybody really wants that for many reasons, because we're used to lower rates. But we have been very strong this year saying higher for longer. And to be honest, most of the year we've been correct. So I would generally have been telling them to be patient and that to expect that higher rates could last longer than you'd like.
Katie, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate getting some of your time today. Katie Kaminsky, she is the Chief Research Strategist at Alpha Simplex. They're up there in, I think, somewhere in Cambridge, Massachusetts or something. There's a couple of decent schools up there, so I understand. So we appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. And again, looking at the fixed income space, the yield curve here, the 2-year, 4.92, the 10-year, 4.43, the 30-year, 4.57. And just, probably 4 or 5 weeks ago, all those were just right around 5%. Right. So we've had a big move in rates. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
Thanks, Paul. Elon Musk took to his social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, for a live chat with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, Musk arrived in Israel today to get a first-hand look at the damage that was left behind by Hamas after its attack on Israel. Musk spoke about the difference between Hamas's actions and Israel's response.
The rebuttal is often made that, Israel has killed civilians, also in Gaza, but there is an important difference here, which is that Israel tries to avoid killing civilians.
Now, Musk is also expected to talk about rising anti-Semitism online when he meets with other politicians. Now, it comes after he received criticism for endorsing anti-Semitic comments on X. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow says Starlink will be another focus.
There are talks between the Israeli government and SpaceX on activating Starlink coverage in the country. Remember that when the Israel-Hamas war first started, Musk talked on X about the idea that they would activate or operationalize Starlink in the Gaza Strip. He then walked those comments back.
Now, Ludlow says the Israelis are hinting that it's a deal close to being done. In other news, the owner of TikTok is making some cutbacks. Sources tell Bloomberg that ByteDance plans to cut hundreds of jobs in its gaming unit, unwind projects under development, and also weigh potential sales of existing titles. Now, it's the Chinese company's biggest retreat from a once booming gaming industry that, of course, has been dominated by Tencent. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. Stay tuned. We'll have more Bloomberg Markets coming up in just a bit. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, looking at these markets, a little bit of mixed tape out there. The S&P off about 1%, same for the Dow. NASDAQ just up a couple of points here, so not a lot of direction here. As Jess was mentioning earlier, some weaker volume as we come back from the holiday weekend. Yields also pull in a little bit here. The 10-year Treasury is in 3.5 basis points, 4.43%. WTI crude oil pretty much unchanged on the day, $75.50 for that. And gold is up a little bit now, about $2,010 an ounce for gold. With our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul and Jess. Israel and Hamas appear open to extending a ceasefire in Gaza that has halted their deadliest and most destructive war, but it is set to expire after today. A fourth exchange of militant-held hostages for Palestinian imprisoned by Israel is planned for later in the day. Meanwhile, the issue of Israeli aid may be getting more complicated. Bloomberg's Ed Baxter has the story.
Senator Chris Murphy is saying lawmakers should consider conditioning future aid to Israel based on compliance with international humanitarian law.
I think there's both a moral cost to this many civilians, innocent civilians, children often losing their life, but I think there's a strategic cost. Ultimately, Hamas will get stronger, not weaker, in the long run if all of this civilian death allows them to recruit more effectively and ably inside Gaza.
Murphy on CNN says the civilian death toll must stop. Ed Baxter, Bloomberg Radio.
The remembrance of Rosalind Carter begins today. The procession will begin in Plains, Georgia, where the former First Lady was born. The Carter family is set to hold a brief ceremony at the Sumter Medical Center, where the former First Lady's remains will be transferred to a hearse. Sunday, worshipers gathered at the Maranatha Baptist Church in Plains. Rosalind Carter's niece, Kim Fuller, said prayers during the service.
Dear Heavenly Father, this week at this moment, I just thank you especially for the life of Rosalind Carter.
The church is where Rosalind Carter and her husband, former President Jimmy Carter, worshiped throughout their 77 years of married life. Today is Cyber Monday. The number of Americans shopping online is expected to set an all-time record. Shoppers are predicted to spend $12 billion online today. That's up 5% from last year. Analysts say overall the biggest discounts, up to 35%, are on toys, electronics, and clothing. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with the Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul, Jess.
Hi, Michael Barr. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Jess, are you a fan of Martha Stewart?
I am. How can you not love her?
Exactly. Well, listen, for $11.23.
John Tucker, what?
Yeah, I know he's a big fan. I know he's a big fan.
Martha?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. I'm a real homebody. I like the floral arrangements and make sure all my sheets are matching.
That's
Yeah, right.
That's what I picture.
Some throw pillows. Fluffy.
All right, for $11.23, you can live like Martha Stewart for a night. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. The domestic goddess is among the A-listers, including Gwyneth Paltrow and Mariah Carey, putting their estates or penthouses up for short-term stays on rental sites such as Airbnb and Booking.com for nominal fees or no cost at all.
Lifestyles of the rich and the famous. So I'm sure people are wondering, why would a celebrity invite strangers through their home? So apparently rental companies can use the attention to reach new audiences and distract from public criticism over hassles such as rising fees. So this is a story from Ashley Wong over at the Wall Street Journal.
So Stewart, she said she'd never used Booking.com or Airbnb for her own travel, surprise, surprise, and was intrigued by what the experience would be like as the homeowner. She recently announced that one of her farmhouse's residences, her tenant house in Bedford, would be bookable for 2 guests for one night starting November 18th.
And apparently, don't expect there to be posts all over Facebook about their stays because Booking was saying that celebrities can't ask their guests to sign non-disclosure agreements. So we might not be able to see those posts.
Now, what would you pay to get like a room in the John Tucker estate down in the Jersey Shore? I mean,
I'd have to pay her, like, you know.
Put me out.
I'm sure it's lovely.
Oh, he's got the horse
Call the
stable. He's
Sweeney
got
compound.
the. Oh, of course, yeah,
there?
absolutely. You can come in there and crash anytime. Doors always open down at the compound on the Jersey Shore. We're gonna have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
Why were the economists so wrong? What are the economists getting wrong?
Isn't this a slam dunk time to buy U.S. Treasuries?
Soft landing, hard landing, no landing. I don't know.
True. What the heck does that mean?
I don't know.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
We're going to be in an environment with higher rates for longer.
The 5-day in-office work week is effectively dead.
It's definitely a good sign that we're not ready to land this economy just yet.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to check in with Gina Martin Adams. She's going to be in our studio. She's the chief equity strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. I need her 2024 outlook. Very simple question here. Then we're going to talk ETF flows. Maurice Pott, CEO and founder at Tema ETFS. He's going to join us to talk about weight loss drug investment. Get this, the cardiovascular and metabolics ETF. You can't make this stuff up. They already have an ETF for this weight loss stuff. Go figure. Adam Coons, portfolio manager at Winthrop Capital. He's going to join us as well with his market call. So a lot happening in the 11 o'clock hour. We're going to kick it all off with John Tucker with the Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thanks, Paul and Jess. As we start a new trading week, volumes kind of anemic right now. Energy, industrial, financial shares, they're leading some of the losses. And then you have the retailers. They're mixed as Cyber Monday kicks off. Give you shares right now of Amazon.com. They're up 1.2%. Sales of new homes falling in October. So that weaker data did help send Treasury yields lower. And that gave a boost to some of the risk assets. The 10-year Treasury, 3 basis points lower, 442. And the 2-year yield, that's 2 basis points lower. That is at 492. Meantime, this tends to be a pretty good time of year for stocks, according to Lori Calvasina at RBC Capital Markets.
December, tilts more positive than not, but there have been some stinkers in there, as I like to say. So I think we'll have to see. Certainly I do think a lot of the move has been deserved, and I think we should have another good year in 2024. So if we do end up getting the Grinch as opposed to Santa Claus, I think it's just going to be a temporary phenomenon.
All right, let's do commodities. NYMEX crude right now, that is down 24 cents a barrel, 75.29. Brent, this is the international benchmark. That's down about 32 cents at 80.26. You have Saudi Arabia asking others in the OPEC Plus coalition to reduce their oil output quotas in a bid to shore up the markets, but some members are resisting. You've probably heard that tune in the past any number of times. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Jess and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Jess Menton, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube. So head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. So my Dukies a couple of weeks ago traveled to Charlottesville to play the lonely, 2-8 Virginia Cavaliers.
Was that when y'all lost?
And we got beat by Virginia. Emily Grafeo, what do you have to say for yourself? You guys rallied for 1 week.
We rallied for 1 week. Unfortunately, the big Commonwealth clash, UVA versus
Virginia
Tech, it didn't work out.
You guys call it the Commonwealth clash?
I think that's the official branded trademarked name.
Very good. All right. Fortunately, you have a day job. Emily Grafeo, she covers all the markets for us, Bloomberg News. So, Emily, we got kind of the markets off a little bit here. Not a lot happening. What are you looking at within the markets?
Well, it's Cyber Monday, so I took a look at the retailers like John had mentioned. We are seeing stocks off their highs, even within the retail sector, but the consumer discretionary sector is the best performer in the S&P 500. You look at Etsy, up about 4%, Shopify also. Adobe had an estimate that U.S. shoppers are going to spend up to $12.4 billion online during Cyber Monday.
Wow.
I will be part of that. Probably only about $50. But, every little dollar counts. Also seeing Amazon up. One stock that I thought would be up today was FedEx, but it's actually down almost 2%. There was a journal story, Wall Street Journal, that Amazon has quietly surpassed UPS and FedEx as the largest parcel delivery company. So perhaps that's why we're seeing the weakness there in FedEx. Also, Affirm Holdings, a buy now, pay later company, up 13% on this Cyber Monday.
So buy now, pay later. Do you do that?
I've done it. I haven't used Affirm, but it's
Isn't
not
like
supposed to hurt your credit.
Isn't like the layaway, John Tucker, back in the day? You go down to it, you want to buy a shirt, you put $10 on it, and then you say, I'll be back when I got the rest of it?
Yeah, I never showed up to because I never had the extra money. It's the American way. You don't have any money, you put it on credit. Buy now.
Do we know,
worry
Emily,
about it later.
Are these companies saying, because I keep hearing, that maybe the stimulus money's been all spent, savings have been depleted, maybe the credit card. I'm wondering if these retail sales are going to come back to roost in this economy.
We haven't seen it yet.
Yep.
That's kind of been the concern all year, that the consumer's finally going to crack. And at least so far, they're still spending. Maybe they're not spending all at once on a good. They're paying later on. But so far, the consumer has really held up. And I think today, we'll have to see how the rest of Cyber Monday goes. But it does show for that strength there.
You also cover ETFs for the cross-asset team. What are you watching when it comes to those dividend ETF flows?
It's been really interesting because last year, I wrote a story about how we saw record inflows into dividend ETFs, over $60 billion. And I was also getting pitched on so many new funds that were launching with a dividend strategy. I went to an ETF conference back in February, and it was like all low vol and dividend strategies that were being kind of pitched and advertised. And the year before it was crypto, and there was none of that this year. But when you look at the flows and the performance, we've seen almost a record low for annual inflows this year into dividend ETFs, and they've almost all underperformed the S&P 500 because a lot of them don't really focus on tech, and tech is what's done well this year.
So how many ETFs get launched every year? Like dozens, hundreds,
That's a
right?
good question. Yeah, like over 100. I think it was something like over 400 last year.
Is there a minimum size for an ETF typically? Because how big are these?
Not to get launched. This is a question where the ETF team, the cross-asset team, we always ask people, how large does an ETF have to be to keep it running? And we've heard different numbers because there are some that are under 50 million.
Right.
But now I've heard it has to be over about 100 or 200 million to get on the wirehouses, and that number could be getting even higher as there's just more competition in the market. But some of these that I highlight in my Bloomberg article are very large. The Spider S&P dividend ETF is $20 billion. Wow. This is a large fund. It's down 3% on a total return basis. And it was really supposed to be a place to hide out from market volatility, and it hasn't worked this year.
All right, but we're still seeing money flow into ETFs. I guess my question is I wonder to what extent it's going to kind of replace the mutual fund. I used to make a living going up to Boston, hitting all the mutual funds. Do I even do that anymore?
It's still a really big business, particularly in the retirement space. There's still money
Why do you look at me?
Into...
I saw that.
Oh my gosh, that's not what I meant. But people's retirement funds, the ETF, there's not enough technology to support ETFs, so I'm told, in some 401ks. But if you look at this year, we're seeing, at least this month, November, second best month for equity ETF inflows, and bond ETFs, I think it's since March, best month. So the money is piling into these funds, and I think there's a lot of risk on appetite heading into the year, at least for these ETFs.
Very good. I am, for the record, never retiring.
I can't
who's
see
kidding
it.
who? I'm going to go be a greeter at Walmart. That will be job last for me, and I'm looking forward to it, so we'll see how that plays out. Emily Graffea, thank you so much for joining us. Emily covers all the markets for us, proud graduate of the University of Virginia. All right, I got a market that's up, 17, 18%, but I just popped up the S&P 500 equal weighted index, only up 3.5%. But I got Wall Street analysts tripping over themselves, coming out with 5,000, 5,100 S&P calls. I don't know what's gotten into the Kool-Aid for these strategists, but fortunately for us, we have Gina Martin Adams in our studio here. She's the chief equity strategist here. So it seems like Wall Street strategists have gotten kind of bullish here towards the end of the year. I'm wondering if they're trying to chase something, or have the fundamentals supported some of this, renewed optimism for the market?
Well, I think a lot of it is price trend, right? We've had a nice 10% rip in the S&P 500 from our October lows. We really easily shrugged off that 10% correction we had in the third quarter. And so strategists that are really focused on a price target in particular are having to catch up with what the market's been doing. I think seasonality also generally works in favor of stocks this time of year. So to the extent that they're looking at the rest of 2023, they're playing catch up. I would say going into 2024, it's a much more mixed view, at least out there from a buy-side perspective. And none of my buy-side clients are optimistic. They're all generally still quite bearish. They're still very concerned about the economy and what's happening in the economy and what will ultimately be the lagged impact of higher interest rates. But on the sell side, it seems to be more mixed. I mean, I'm only privy to the same information that you are coming through the news wires, but it does seem to be a little bit more mixed with a recognition that there are some underlying positive trends emerging in earnings, but the economy is still something of a near-term drag.
Can you walk us through your economic regime model and what that's telling us and how that can be a contrarian indicator for stocks?
Yeah, I think, thank you, first of all. We run a lot of different indicators and models for the U.S. equity market, one of which is the economic regime model, which gives us a real-time read of what is happening in the economy right now. And it's not a forecasting tool, doesn't tell you where we're headed from an economic perspective, but it says right now the U.S. economy may have entered another recession. It also said we entered some form of a recession in 2022, which was quite different, I think, than most people believe what happened in 2022, but certainly was indicative of what was going on in the earnings stream at that time. But what's most interesting about this is a couple of things. First, we've never before had this sort of back-to-back double dip experience in the model, which does suggest that at least at the very least, we're contending with an anomalously volatile situation in the economy, which is confusing the picture. But secondly, when it gets this low, it's usually this low only around major bottoms in the equity market, which lead to better returns going forward as economic momentum has already deteriorated so fast, it's unlikely to get much worse. So what I think is happening in the broader equity markets is pretty consistent with what we're seeing in the model, which is third quarter, we had a big meltdown in stocks. We had a greater than 10% correction. Small caps were testing new lows for the cycle. The markets were really capitulating to what is now emerging as a pretty weak economy here in the fourth quarter. It's in fits and starts, certainly weak on the industrial and business investment sides and not as weak on the consumer side, but nonetheless. That does appear to have been priced in the third quarter, and now we're all sitting waiting for some signals as to what to expect for 2024.
So
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say the inputs for this model, so it's not GDP, right? Because that's more backward looking. You're looking at like capacity utilization, jobless claims, manufacturing, sentiment to get a better gauge.
So we use just 4 indicators. It's very clean, and they're all very long-term indicators where we can look at recessions and how they emerged in the U.S. economy going all the way back to 1960. And those 4 indicators are ISM, capacity utilization, continuing jobless claims, and consumer sentiment. As the best, our reader, those are the best indications of what's happening in the economy at any given time. Now, what's interesting about this is this model is really consistent with what you got about from the leading economic indicators index as well. And I wrote about this on Friday. Leading economic indicators index is down like 7% year over year. It has never been this low outside of a recession. It also has never not indicated recession. So it always indicates recession once it falls below 1% year over year. It fell below 1% year over year all the way back in August of 2022 and has not looked back. It's just been this continuous downdraft. But I think we all sort of, the NBER is the official dating committee, so we have to wait on them to tell us that there's a recession. But all of the indicators that we use for kind of trying to date the cycle as its relevance to the equity market would say we've been weak for the better part of almost 2 years.
What does that mean for stocks moving forward then, if this is near that low?
I mean, I think it again supports this idea that we're probably closer to the equity market fully pricing this economic weakness and trying to find those signs of us digging out. The equity market, of course, leads the economy. It moves well in advance of what's happening in the economy and is much more sensitive to earnings trends than it is to the economy, so we have to hedge. But when I pull it all together, what it says to me is, if we truly have been experiencing some kind of recessionary-like experience, like conditions in the market, we've experienced some pretty profound earnings recession. Stocks earnings, S&P 500 earnings are down 13% on an unadjusted basis from their peak. So we've already experienced a pretty big earnings recession. We're now, either it has to get a ton worse and we're already in contraction, or we're looking for the upside to emerge by 2025.
Well, how about 2024? Wait a minute.
Well, the equity market moves in advance, right?
Okay, so we'll be...
Well, we're thinking about the economy now. The equity market priced what is likely to happen in the economy in 2024 throughout 2023.
Gotcha,
2024's equity market should be about what's going to happen in 2025.
All right, just some news coming across the Bloomberg terminal. Qatar says Israel and Hamas agree to extend truce for 2 more days. So that's that news. We'll have more reporting on that. So what sectors here are kind of screening well for you guys these days?
Yeah, the sector scorecard is really fascinating right now. The sector scorecard last year at this time started moving more cyclically and away from defensive sectors. It is still very cyclically oriented. Tech is still up at the top of the scorecard, as is communication services. That's been consistent all year. Financials is up there as well, which frankly makes me incredibly nervous, but nonetheless, it's there, as is energy. So it's a very strange combination of growth cyclicals and value cyclicals that are moving up to the top of the scorecard, where all the defensive sectors are still way at the bottom of the scorecard. And remember, I think that this is also somewhat contrary to how investors tend to think. Defensives, while they traditionally perform relatively well during economic weak times, they also are most sensitive to interest rates within the S&P 500. So you've got to really pick your spots in these more low beta defensive sectors really carefully if you are indeed getting more concerned about the earnings outlook and you want to move defensively. Our suggestion is be really careful in those defensive sectors because they are very debt-laden. They're high debt companies. They are also higher dividend companies. They tend to generally be much more sensitive to interest rates.
All right, let's go to the important stuff here. University of Florida football ends the season at 5-7.
We had to do this today.
3-5 in the SEC. How crazed is your fan base these days?
It's not so good.
What's the
rough.
feeling?
No, it's been
because Florida State is back.
Actually, yeah.
It can turn.
Florida State had a really strong chance to win that game on a number of occasions this weekend. I don't know if you happened to tune in, but it was really painful as a Gator to watch.
So, do the Gator fan base, do they have patience or a sense that things can turn around? Are they bottomed?
I think they have lost hope.
They've lost.
At the beginning of the season, there was a little bit more hope, that things could turn around. But we've had a string of really rough seasons. And this one is turning out
what do you do with your
very
coach?
Disappointing. I don't have any comments.
Okay.
I don't want to get any calls or get into trouble anywhere. But I do think that the outlook is quite grim in general.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, you're trying to get us all to say something bad about our universities and we're trying not to. You do this to me earlier, Gina, too.
All right, because Texas A&M just hired my coach away from Duke, so we got to go back to the drawing board there. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But I know
it's been a rough season, and this weekend was a tough one.
Yeah, University of Florida, they take their football a little bit more seriously than we do at Duke, I think. I get it, but I had to ask because she's like one of the few University of Florida folks that I know, so I had to get the skinny there. Gina Martin Adams, Chief Equity Strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence, a proud graduate of the University of Florida. S&P 500 off 0.2% here. NASDAQ off 0.1%. So not much movement out there in these markets. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
You got it, Paul. Crown Castle may see some changes after activist investor Elliott Investment Management sent a letter calling for leadership adjustments after disclosing a roughly $2 billion stake in the wireless tower operator. Bloomberg's Simone Foxman has more.
In its letter this morning, talking about wanting to install new management and board leadership, conducting a review of a $19 billion fiber business, optimizing the company's incentive plan, and improving on corporate governance. And it said this, I quote, "The company's strategy led by CEO Jay Brown since 2016 has been a failure as demonstrated by the breathtaking magnitude of its underperformance."
Crown Castle rents out its towers to T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon. Shares right now, they're up about 4%. An e-commerce giant has surpassed some of the top delivery companies when it comes to packages. Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti has that story.
Amazon beats UPS and FedEx when it comes to package delivery volume. That's according to the Wall Street Journal, which reports that Amazon delivered the most packages to U.S. homes last year among those three companies, and that the lead is set to widen in 2023, although the U.S. Postal Service is still the leader when it comes to package volume.
We've got Amazon right now up about nearly 1%. FedEx is down more than 1.5%. UPS is down about 1%. And weight loss drug drugs could be seeing flexible pricing. The Financial Times spoke with the chief executive of Novo Nordisk, who said it's in talks with healthcare systems about innovative pricing deals for Wegovy. Now, the company is hoping to help health services spread the costs across many years. Novo Nordisk, though, has no plans to cut the price of the drug. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. S&P 500 wavering after some softer than estimated data today. New home sales data. Economists say mortgage rates are curbing demand there. As a result of that, Treasuries are lower in yield. The 2-year, which is more policy reactive, down 2 basis points. That's at 492. The 10-year was 3 basis points lower at 443. As for stocks, energy, industrial, financial shares leading some of the losses. And then on this Cyber Monday, as we kick off, retailers, they are mixed. Taking a look at shares of Amazon, for instance, that's up just about 1% right now. A gallon of gasoline now costs $3.25 on average in the U.S. In 14 states, the average price is now less than $3 a gallon. Prices at the pump have fallen for 60 consecutive days. That's the longest streak of declines in more than a year. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Jess and Paul.
That's an outstanding report, don't you think, Jess?
The best.
Yeah, exactly. Just nobody does it better.
For JT.
Exactly. I mean, it's not like he doesn't have the numbers in front of him. Like
No.
Bloomberg Terminal in front of him. I could do that. Exactly.
It's all from his head.
Exactly. John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Jess Met and Paul Sweeney here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in our HQ here in New York City. Good news on the geopolitical front. I think it's good news. Qatar says Israel, Hamas agree to extend truce for 2 days. Let's get some color on this developing story. Bobby Ghosh joins us. He's Bloomberg Opinion. He knows this part of the world very, very well. Lots of experience. Bobby, I take this as good news. How do you take this?
No, yeah, it's good news. It's good news for the families of the hostages that are going to be released. We don't know the exact number, but it's good news for them. It gives them hope. It's good news for the Palestinians who live in Gaza because it gives them 2 more days without the sky falling on their heads. It's good news for President Biden, who has articulated several times that he wanted the truce to be extended. It's good news for all of those constituencies. For Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, the question was always going to be the balancing of all this pressure from within and without to extend the truce with the military calculation. And the military calculation was, if you extend, does that give Hamas more time to rearm itself, to regroup its fighters, and become a danger? Do you lose momentum? Do you lose the optics? So he's clearly decided that 2 days is adequate, at least for now.
What are the next immediate steps to see whether or not this truce could be extended for even longer beyond those 2 days?
Well, again, those calculations, Netanyahu is going to be informed by his generals about what their best assessment is. And I think we will see extensions on like 1 day, 2 days at a time, not for a sort of a week long or even a month long.
So how do you think the generals and the military folks are defining success on a daily basis? It kind of reminds me a little bit of Vietnam when it was just body count.
Well, if that was the case, then the body count is overwhelmingly on the Palestinian side. We don't know very much of Israel's military casualties, injured or killed. We have a pretty good idea of how many Palestinians are dying. There's been some reports from the Israeli military that they believe that between 1,000 and 2,000 Hamas fighters have been killed. That's out of a grand total of, many more thousands of Palestinians. So, again, these numbers they're fairly small numbers because by Israel's assessment, Hamas has 30,000 fighters. And if they've only killed, say, 2,000, shows there's a long way to go.
Will additional aid be able to be distributed there based on those 2 days truce being extended?
Yes, that's to be expected, that that border crossing in Rafah, south of Gaza, into Egypt, that it'll be very busy, lots of aid going in. I mean, the scale of what the people in Gaza needs is off the chart. So even several hundred trucks a day is not going to cover it, but better that than nothing. So, again, for that reason too, this is good news within reason for the Palestinian people in Gaza.
What do you think the United States State Department feels is a good outcome? Like, what do you think the United States State Department is kind of hoping for, rooting for, trying to get our policy to there?
Well, so it's not so much the State Department. This policy has been run out of the White House. There's been reports of quite a lot of disappointment and anger in the State Department that White House is running this without regard to the State Department's advice. So this is President Biden taking the lead, essentially. And what he wants to see is, Hamas greatly, greatly diminished, but quickly, so that the sort of daily reports of human casualties, of civilian casualties, innocent people being killed, that can end. So he would like to see this resolved quickly. But this is not playing out on his timeline. It's playing out on the timeline of Hamas and Israel. And so he can put pressure on Israel, and clearly, to some degree, it has succeeded with this truce being extended. But there's only so much that even the President of the United States can do.
From your purview, and I'm sure it's difficult to gauge, but what do you think is the timetable for how long this conflict could continue to go on for?
It's really hard to tell. The question is whether or not Israel changes its goals. The original goal that Netanyahu articulated is that Hamas must be essentially eliminated. That's, as I said, 30,000 fighters. That will require weeks, months, years to pull off. But if the goal is changed, and if it's a new kind of target, which is that Hamas is greatly reduced or Hamas gives up control of Gaza, still very high bar to get over, but at least then you can speculate about a timeline. Right now, the end state is so vague that it's impossible to say how long this might take.
I come to think of it, I haven't seen on the cable news networks many images of rockets landing in Israel. Is that because I'm just not paying attention, or have they been reduced? And does that indicate that maybe Israel is in fact impacting the ability of Hamas to wage war?
There have been fewer rocket attacks, no question, volleys of them every now and again, but certainly not with the intensity that we saw on and after the 7th of October, the first few days. Those rockets have to be smuggled in. Some of them are the sort of lower tech ones are manufactured within Gaza. Since the October 7 terrorist attack, Israel has been minding those borders more carefully, And the destruction in Gaza City has greatly sort of reduced the arms caches and Hamas's ability to build new rockets. So, yeah, but Israel's concern will be that if the truce continues, then Hamas will have the ability to bring in more rockets and build more rockets and start firing those off again.
So during the truce, isn't there a concern also that potentially, if you're thinking about Hamas, would they be able to potentially bring in reinforcements, or are there any sort of stipulation on what they're able to do during the 2-day period?
But they don't really need reinforcements from the outside, and smuggling in human beings in the middle of a war situation can be quite tricky, especially when you know that Israel and Egypt presumably are on a high state of alert, watching for any movement of large groups of people in that direction. And, you know, Hamas, unlike, let's say, ISIS and some other terrorist groups that we're familiar with, tends to depend on its own on Palestinians to form the bulk of its fighting force. It gets weapons from Iran, it gets money from Iran and other sources internationally, but for actual manpower, it has plenty of manpower within Gaza. But the concern would be weapons. Are they able to smuggle in weapons, either by sea or through those tunnels that we've been reading about for years and years? Again, you'd hope that particularly the Egyptians would be on high alert and prevent that from happening. But it's been known to happen in the past, where even in the middle of a conflict situation with Israel, Hamas has shown the ability of smuggling in or building new weapons.
All right, so we're, 50 days plus into this. How united is the Israeli population to what's happening these days? Is that wavered at all? Do we have any reporting?
Well, it's wavered on the political spectrum. So the vast majority, to go by the polls, the vast majority of Israelis want Benjamin Netanyahu gone. They want him to pay the price for his failings as a leader, which led to the October 7th attack. On the other hand, there seems to be still quite a lot of support for the military operation. It was an incredibly traumatic event for the Israelis, the terrorist attack, and they do want to make sure that the horrors of that day are never visited on them again. So they would like to see their military succeed, but they don't want to see their military having to occupy Gaza for an extended period of time. So quite a mixed bag. There's a lot of support for the military, but very little support for Netanyahu himself.
So you think Netanyahu stays in power as long as there are, active operations?
Well, he's counting on that. That's for sure.
Okay.
That his people won't want to change horses in the middle, midstream. But there are calls for his resignation that are coming from some prominent voices, including former military leaders, former intelligence chiefs, former prime ministers. If that pressure keeps building, then he'll have to resign.
All right, a lot of moving parts there, certainly. Bobby Ghosh, thank you so much for joining us. Bobby Ghosh is a columnist for Bloomberg Opinion, joining us live here in our studios here in New York City. The indexes here in the equity markets pretty much unchanged on the day off, about 0.1%, although the NASDAQ is absolutely unchanged. Yields pull in just slightly, the 10 years at 4.43%. So we'll keep an eye on that. Crude oil also pretty steady at $75.25. With our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul and Jess. The temporary truce between Hamas and Israel was set to expire after today, and many world leaders were calling for an extension. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg today in Brussels.
We welcome the pause in the fighting, and this has enabled the release of hostages and enabled the delivery of support to the people of Gaza. I call on an extension of the pause.
Well, now there is late word from Qatar that Israel and Hamas agree to extend the truce for 2 more days. The U.S. Navy apprehended armed assailants who seized a tanker ship linked to Israel off the coast of Yemen Sunday. The USS Mason came in to help and then found itself under attack later from land. There's word the missiles came from Yemen, where Iranian-backed Houthis are. However, White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says they're holding off on laying blame for now.
We're obviously still sorting through the operational details. We're obviously glad that the ship wasn't damaged and no crew were hurt and the missiles fell far short. But again, we're looking into the details on this.
Kirby spoke on ABC's Good Morning America. Federal health data suggests that the number of children diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder has risen consistently and dramatically since the 1990s. In 2020, about 1 in 36 children were identified with ASD, up from 1 in 150 in 2000, but the CDC says it relates more to the diagnosis than to the actual number of cases. This Cyber Monday, the number of Americans shopping online is expected to set an all-time record. Shopify President Harley Finkelstein.
It doesn't just stop on Monday. What we have seen historically, and I believe we'll see this again, is those sales, those discounts, those promotions will continue right up until the beginning of Christmas.
Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash on a pretty low volume day. Stocks have dialed back from their 4-month highs, but we have paired some of the earlier losses that we saw. And on this Cyber Monday, we have shares of Amazon.com. They're among the most active. They were up 1.3%. Etsy shares among the leaders in the S&P 500. They were up 4%. Meantime, Peter Shearer at Academy Securities says the leading stock gainers may soon be overshadowed.
You've seen both the equal-weighted NASDAQ and the equal-weighted S&P outperform. So I think you're starting to see a shift of that. If you look what happened last week, I think it was really encouraging. NVIDIA had earnings. They seemed okay. The stock drifted a little bit, but the markets did well, especially the Russell and the equal-weighted. So I think we're going to see a little bit of a transition in leadership coming into year-end.
Right now, the S&P 500, 5 points lower. That's down 0.1%. We're at 45.54 in the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 82 points lower. The NASDAQ 100 is higher in the green, up 18 points. That's a rise of 0.1%. Quick look at Foot Locker's shares, down 1%. The sports retailer downgraded to sell from neutral at Citi. They see third quarter earnings per share missing the estimates. We have Foot Locker reporting, I believe, on Wednesday. We check the markets for you all day long. Am I right? I'm right.
That's
Just
correct.
I'm guessing here. I shouldn't do that. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Jess and Paul.
Another gold stars again, JT.
Oh, great. Well, that's the end of my broadcast day. So let's do it again tomorrow.
Okay, I'll be here. So
Okay.
We'll be
I can't wait.
So we got the B team and Charlie Pellet coming up? Is that what you're telling me?
I did not say that. You said that.
Sweeney causing drama here.
Yeah.
Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. So up next, we have Adam Coons, portfolio manager from Winthrop Capital Management, joining us on Zoom here. And who better to talk about tech, telecom, also industrial sectors. I want to get your thoughts, Adam, as we're going into the end of the year and heading into 2024. What's your outlook on where the equity market is headed?
Yeah, so I think we have to have the reality check that equity markets are still going to be beholden to what the Fed does and what interest rate policy is for the next, pretty much probably year. So I think if you look at the path of inflation, or really this disinflation that we're starting to take, we're seeing take a foothold, that really leads us to believe rates will come down. And we think interest rates, at least on the longer end of the curve, will come down faster than what a lot of people are anticipating. So how that translates into equity markets is that we see equity markets actually having quite an upside potential here in the first half of 2024. I think we've got some, choppy waters to end the year. The consumer continues to show some weakness, but we think that after we get past this holiday season and we see some policy changes, that will help bolster stocks as interest rates begin to come down, especially in the growth sectors like technology.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm looking at your notes here, Adam. And, in the journalism trade, we would call this burying your lead, because you've got a really interesting point in here. Continue to fade the AI story in the short term. What's up with that? I thought everybody's long AI.
And I think that's the problem, we are somewhat of contrarians here, but not just for the sake of it. I think what we saw with, things like NVIDIA, even Tesla somehow getting caught up in the AI trade, just any company that could add artificial intelligence into their earnings release did. And I think to quantify how that translates into increased earnings, we're just not seeing, really the proof of that. So that's where we see this, like I said, that we're fading that rally, because aside from companies like Alphabet and Microsoft, we're struggling to come up with earnings power out of AI in the short term, which translates into most of these companies that have run up, their valuation just doesn't make any sense.
So what are you buying instead?
Well, it's not anything spicy right now. We're going into the very large tech names. So traditional, right? Microsoft, Alphabet, Apple. We're using that as a way to anchor the portfolio as we go into the end of the year, because like I said, we do think there's going to be some choppy water, in particular for some of the smaller stocks. So we're kind of taking this up in quality trade to kind of weather that potential storm until we get to, like I said, the upside in 2024. So really going for the low beta, high cash flow type names.
So
still in tech.
you still like big tech. It's just more
Yeah.
particular names that are geared toward AI. You're fading.
Absolutely, like I said,
Like an
we're
NVIDIA?
fading, like NVIDIA. Absolutely. I mean, it just like I said, when you look at the market potential, I mean, even if you said NVIDIA got 100% of it, it still doesn't make any sense. So I just companies like that where it's a one-trick pony and the valuations just can't be sustained with anything that's foreseeable. Those are the type of names that we're fading.
All right, so if you're factoring a little bit more of a defensive tilt, I guess there's not much room in your portfolio for emerging markets?
No, and so that leads to the kind of this global picture that we're seeing where, we do see an economic slowdown. We think that the U.S. still weathers that the best of anyone. But when you look at, China, they're in trouble. And I think, to see how they're going to pull out of this without dramatic policy changes, we just don't see the bull case. We were bulls for a while, and candidly, we were wrong. But yeah, when you look at the dollar is still strong, and just overall policy here in the U.S. just doesn't lead to emerging markets outperforming. So yeah, we're just like I said, it's not anything fancy right now. It is stay domestic with your stocks, stay high quality, large cap, and I know that's not the best thing to say at your cocktail party, but for us, we think you want to have the sizzle, but it is where we see the place to be right now in equity markets to kind of hide away from any potential trouble.
So you're talking about large caps, but what about small caps? And because this isn't even just recent pain, this has been going on for a couple years now. How do you view that corner of the market?
So for us, the reason why we're cautious on small caps, in particular small cap growth, it really comes down to lending. And when you see the fact that small business lending is that window is closed, and so if those companies can't go and borrow, and they can't borrow at reasonable rates, it's just going to it's going to lead to a contraction, and no one's going to want to expand. You're going to see acquisitions reduced, and so and then same thing. If the consumer weakens, the small cap companies are the ones that are at risk the most, especially those growth ones. There are some value names within small cap that we still like, but definitely when you're looking at small cap growth, we're staying away from that completely.
What do you think about this energy space here? I'm looking at WTI crude oil, weaker again today, back down to $75 a barrel. How do you guys think about energy?
Yeah, so I mean that goes back to our thesis around kind of the economic slowdown.
Yep.
And I think what you're seeing is that it really to full picture here is that tech was kind of ahead of the game, right? So tech had a sell-off kind of last year and a little bit early this year, but has recovered because it's seeing what's coming, and that there will be an economic recovery of sorts in 2024. Energy is really moving with what's happening right now, and so we are seeing demand destruction because of higher inflation and negative real wages and things like that are beginning to flow through because the consumers tapped out. So that's for us in the near term. We think energy is going to have a rough patch because we just don't see the demand, the buying power out of the consumer the next 3 months.
All right, Adam, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Adam Coons, he's our portfolio manager at Winthrop Capital Management. Looking at the markets here, again, kind of a mixed day here, Jess. The S&P pretty much unchanged, a little bit of a pullback, 0.25% in the Dow, but the NASDAQ, a little bit of green here.
Yeah, and he's talking about fading NVIDIA. If you look at that stock, up close to 230% year to date. You look today, it's up about 0.6%, ticker symbol NVDA, but monster move there. And then, of course, if you look at Tesla, TSLA, up a little over 90% year to date.
Right, absolutely. So the big moves in some of those names this year, and that's kind of been the story of the S&P 500, a handful of names, 7 names making up the vast majority.
I feel like we talk about that every year, though, almost, right? Since 2016,
2017. Yeah, maybe, but this one was consistent from day one of this year. So we'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
You got it, Paul. After 3 weeks of testimony, government lawyers have finished presenting evidence in an antitrust trial to block JetBlue's $3.8 billion takeover of Spirit Airlines. Well, today, the companies will make their arguments before a federal judge in Boston to revive that deal. Right now, we have JetBlue down nearly 1%, Spirit right now down just a fraction. And it was a disappointing Thanksgiving weekend at the box office for Disney. Its new animated film, Wish. It opened in third place, pulling in less than expected, just under $20 million over the 3-day period. Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld says it's a bit of a blow to Disney for a few reasons.
First being that Disney CEO Bob Iger, he actually said earlier this month that the Walt Disney Animation Studio is one of the building blocks for Disney's future and that he will personally be involved in that effort. So clearly some wood to chop there. Second being that Disney has been dominant over the Thanksgiving period in years prior.
Disney right now down nearly 1%. And forget dating apps to find someone to take to the movies. More people are finding love on places like Yelp. The Wall Street Journal reports singles are tired of those high subscription prices on traditional apps like Match, Tinder, or Bumble, and they're turning to Yelp, exercise tracking app Strava, and also language learning platform Duolingo instead. Now, they say starting a conversation on the service where someone shares the same interests is a little bit more natural. And if you own a Honda, listen up. More than 300,000 of its vehicles, well, they're being recalled. A part may be missing from the front seat belt assembly of some 2023 and 2024 Honda Accords and HRVs. Honda in Japan is lower. Those are the company stories we're following. I'm Lisa Mateo.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, looking at these markets here, not much happened in the S&P 500, pretty much unched on the day. The Dow off about 0.2%, NASDAQ up 0.1%. The Russell off about 0.4%, so the small cappers underperforming yet again. Yields come in slightly, 10-year Treasury now at 4.42%. We were about 4.5% earlier today, so coming in a little bit. Brent crude off about 50 cents. We're down just right around $75 a barrel. So again, that demand concern out there for oil weighing on the price. With our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul and Jess. Israel and Hamas have negotiated an extension to their 4-day ceasefire agreement. According to Qatar's foreign ministry, the two sides will halt fighting for another 2 days. Hamas has released over 50 hostages and the release of Palestinians from Israeli jails over the weekend. The uncle of 2 teenage hostages released over the weekend says the joy of coming home to Israel was offset by what they had to be told after they crossed the border from Gaza into Israel, that their mother had been killed in the October 7th terror attacks. Ahal Besorai declined to give details when asked to describe living conditions.
There are other parents who have children in captivity held by Hamas. What befell is not necessarily a representation of what other hostages experience.
Besorai spoke today to CBS Mornings. Elon Musk got a first-hand look at the trail of destruction left by Hamas in its unprecedented attack on Israel. Musk accompanied Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today to one of the communities devastated on October 7th. Netanyahu also showed Musk a video of some of the atrocities committed that day. During a live chat with Netanyahu on the social media platform X, Musk reflected on the horrors he saw.
It was troubling in that movie, especially to see the joy experienced by the people that were killing innocent civilians, including kids and babies and defenseless people. Essentially, it's one thing if civilians die accidentally, but if it's another thing to revel in the joy of killing civilians. That's not, that's evil.
Musk recently came under fire for endorsing an anti-Semitic post on X. The House may vote as soon as Wednesday on a resolution to expel New York Republican George Santos. In addition to a federal indictment charging him with 23 counts, Santos stands accused by his colleagues of additional offenses. Santos took to social media to defend himself, but added that he knows he's going to be expelled.
I know I'm going to get expelled when this expulsion resolution goes to the floor. I have done the math over and over. It doesn't look really good.
Santos called it a badge of honor. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul, Jess.
Hey, Michael Barr, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Busy holiday travel season.
It is.
London, having some problems here. London's Heathrow told passengers to allow extra time for their journeys to the airport Monday, with the 3 rail lines connecting the hub to the city simultaneously facing disruptions. The new Elizabeth line, as well as my favorite, the Heathrow Express, and the Piccadilly lines to Heathrow were all suspended for multiple reasons on Monday morning, according to Transport for London's website. The Heathrow Express is my favorite.
It's so great.
Zips you right to
I love London.
Paddington Station, then from there you can go anywhere in the city.
I feel like it's much more convenient getting on the trains there than it is over here.
Yeah,
across the pond in New York.
Although we do the service from Penn Station here to Newark is
It is.
good. Yeah, they built that new station over there,
Yes.
so that's good. But it's got to be frustrating over there for the Elizabeth line because they just opened it.
I know.
That's their brand
Little
new
Manic
thing.
Monday a bit.
So we'll have to see how it plays out. But yeah, generally speaking, in Europe, the rail service is superior.
Spot on.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
particularly going to the airports and things like that. I used to take a taxi, but it just got so expensive.
It's outrageously
and then
expensive.
it just takes forever to get into the city with the traffic. And so somebody turned me on to the Heathrow Express. I'm like, boom, that's the way to go.
The motion sickness of the driving in New York and the taxis get me sometimes on the way to
that
the
could be a problem.
airport.
That's why New York City, the subways, the only way, the best way to go around the city. And the subways
Really
are fine
is.
for anybody thinking about coming to the city. They get me around just fine, and they've always been a little bit wacky, but they're still the most efficient way to get around the city. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
Why were the economists so wrong? What are the economists getting wrong?
Isn't this a slam dunk time to buy U.S. Treasuries?
Soft landing, hard landing, no landing. I don't know.
True. What the heck does that mean?
I don't know.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
We're going to be in an environment with higher rates for longer.
The 5-day in-office work week is effectively dead.
It's definitely a good sign that we're not ready to land this economy just yet.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to talk commodities. And just what commodity do you want to talk about?
Corn, of course, with Miami Mike.
Miami Mike, that would be Mike McGlone. He covers all the commodities for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's going to join us in just moments, and we'll talk all things commodities. Might even throw a crypto question in there or two. Plus, we're going to check in with whom I consider to be a legend on Wall Street, George Ball. He's the chairman of Sanders Morris Harris, but I knew him back in the day when he was the CEO of Prudential Securities, which was then acquired by the Prudential Insurance Company. Just a legend, been a long time leader on Wall Street. So we'll get his thoughts on these markets and kind of what we're seeing in greater Wall Street. So that'll be a fun interview coming up. But right now, let's go to Mr. Charlie Pellet and kick this thing off.
Hi, thank you very much. And let us begin with commodities because we have got West Texas Intermediate crude oil down now by just about 0.3%, 75.35 right now for a barrel of WTI. You mentioned Bitcoin. It is down 1.5% right now, 37,080 on Bitcoin. Stocks are trading mixed with the NASDAQ Composite Index back in the green after earlier losses, up 21 points right now. That is a gain of about 0.1%. S&P 500 Index down 3, decline there of 0.1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average, it is down 78, a drop there of 0.2%. 10-year yield 4.42% with a 2-year 4.91%. Gold up $10 the ounce, 2010 the ounce now holding above 2,000, up by about 0.5%. So Wall Street's coming off 4 weeks of gains, but lots of questions heading into the new trading year. Katie Kaminsky is Chief Research Strategist at Alpha Simplex Group.
I think we have to figure out, are we going to get those cuts or are we going to have to wait longer for them? So I think investors have to really think about what the potential impact of opportunities for fixed income is next year. And then also consider, how does this tighter policy continue to percolate through the equity markets? And where does that create opportunities and where does that create problems?
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Tape podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Elliott Investment Management is reviving calls for changes at Crown Castle after disclosing a roughly $2 billion stake in the tower operator. Crown Castle shares up now by 3.3%. Again, recapping, we do have stocks little changed. S&P down 3 now, dropped there of 0.1%. 10-year yield 4.42%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Jess Met and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well, so head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Radio. And Bloomberg is now in your dashboard. Tom Keene is all over this with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. It gives you access to every Bloomberg podcast, live audio feeds from Bloomberg Radio, print stories from Bloomberg News in audio form, and the latest headlines at the click of a button with Bloomberg News Now. How do you get it? Well, first of all, it's free, so that's good with the latest version of the Bloomberg Business app. That's the Bloomberg Business app. Get it on your phone in the Apple App Store or on Google Play. Just download the app, connect your phone to your car, and get started. And it's all presented by our sponsor, Interactive Brokers. So we appreciate that support from Interactive Brokers. Let's check in what's happening in the markets here. Billy Lipschultz joins us here in our studio in New York City. Billy, what are you looking at here?
Yeah, 4-week winning streak for the S&P 500. Starting off a bit choppy, though. Just going to call out that volume about 19% below where it has been on the average over the last 100 days. So relatively sleepy, but Cyber Monday really stealing a lot of the headlines, seeing a lot of strength among online retailers. Looking at that through one of the smaller ETFs, the ticker is IBUY. Right now up 0.8%, but looking under the hood, you have a firm Holdings, ticker AFRM, a buy now, pay later company, up 11%. Wayfair Online Realtor up 6.3%, ticker W. Global E Online, ticker GLBE, up 5.7%. Etsy, ticker ETSY, up 4.4%. All leading a lot of these outperformers among the smaller companies. Another one to keep an eye on is Shopify. Those shares up 4.4%, ticker SHOP, SHOP. So a lot of optimism. We're seeing a lot of strong data coming from the likes of Adobe boosting its forecast for Cyber Monday spending. Analysts calling out strength among buy now, pay later. So a lot of uncertainty around where the consumer is in terms of ability to keep buying. But if you have a platform like Affirm that you can buy a new TV and pay that out over 2 years, 3 years, it does seem like that's driving a lot of the Cyber Monday spending. And that's why those stocks are up this morning.
Yeah, looking at Amplify's iBuy being that ETF, you have companies, unsurprisingly, Amazon in there, but then you have Chegg, Expedia, Etsy, Netflix, a number of different ones. So I'm guessing when I'm looking at year to date, it being up over 20% compared to, say, if you're looking at the XRT and the S&P 500, tracking more of the kind of traditional retailers, that one obviously underperforming the S&P 500's gain there. But really interesting seeing a lot of these Cyber Monday, Black Friday online sales numbers coming in pretty strong, Bailey.
Yeah, and I'm someone who was looking to take advantage of some of those deals, but it feels like they're the exact same deals that Amazon Prime had at their Prime Day like last month. So personally, not a lot of buying going on in the Lipschultz household.
Is there a go-to or must-have, I don't know, item this year? I haven't really seen anything like the, the G.I. Joe, the Kung Fu Grip or something.
Right,
like that.
yeah.
Anything that people just have to have, or is it just electronics, I'm guessing?
It feels like a lot of electronics, a lot of TVs, which I don't know how many TVs you need, and things like speakers. Again, a lot of these products, at least to me, are kind of...
Yeah. I need another Fire Stick. There's something wrong with my Amazon one, so I feel like that's on my... That's what I bought.
Take advantage
Get
of
in your
it.
stocking. I mean, apparel, I've seen some reporting that apparel's strong as well. So that's... good for the retailers here. But I guess the question is, when you don't really know this, I guess, until you kind of hear the retailers' results coming up after the holiday season. But how promotional do they have to be to get people, into the store to click that button to get that sale?
And a number of them, were talking about how they had expected, even though they were sort of light on the sales there on their outlook, they just thought that consumers were waiting for those promotionals.
Exactly, and then that hits gross margins, and then that kind of drives some of those companies likely to the downside. Jess, you made an interesting point about the Spider S&P retail ETF ticker XRT. You look at some of the performance year to date, though. Carvana obviously up more than 500%, but Abercrombie and Fitch up 227%. As you mentioned, Amazon fourth on the list, up 77%. So still kind of an interesting divide with some of those beaten down companies and some of those larger tech plays rallying and lifting, for the most part, those ETFs, while the likes of a Petco or a Leslie's or Chewy are underperforming, just again, given the uncertainty for consumers. One stock that did stand out again to the upside is Crown Castle, ticker CCI, up 3.6%
Paul's definitely watching this one.
This coming after Elliott shaking the tree again, disclosing a roughly $2 billion stake in the tower operator, basically saying they want to install new management. They're going to announce a number of nominations for new directors for 2024. Interesting stuff, seeing Elliott coming back and doubling down its investment.
Yep. A lot of fees came my way from Crown Castle International back in the day. They needed, it's a great capital-intensive business, which means they need bank lending. That means they need high-yield debt. That means they need equity as well. And then, let's throw in a convertible preferred in there. Why not? We did it all, and it was good. They funded the growth of that business. All right, good stuff. Bailey Lipschultz, thank you so much. We appreciate that. What note from BI got your attention over the weekend, Jen?
So it was, of course, Miami Mike McGlone posting about what he's watching when it comes to corn prices and trading around, I believe it was $4 a bushel. I saved it because I knew, you know what? I bet we're going to talk to him sometime soon.
McGlone.
Of course, here we are.
So, Mike, what's going on? I mean, you cover all the commodities for Bloomberg Intelligence. I look at corn here, off 33% year to date. Is that just because we're not eating corn, or the farmers are making a lot of corn?
Well, the main reason, I love the lead-in, by the way. Corn's kind of in my soul. I used to own a farm from the Midwest. I used to bring out that Illinois drawl once in a while. But the main reason is because it was it peaked around $8 a bushel last year because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And what the farmers love to say, it's a higher price cures kicked in. And now it looks like it's heading towards 4. Now the low for this year is just above that. It's been kind of hovering around 5. And I don't think I don't see what stops it heading towards 4. And that's just from my background of when farmers can make a lot of money, they produce. It's the bottom line commodities. And that's the bottom line in all commodities. That's why they should continue to go lower unless there's some kind of force that pressures them higher, and typically in corn it's bad weather.
All right, so when do you plant corn? When do you reap it, or whatever you guys do, harvest it?
Well, that's the unique thing about it. In the U.S., in the Corn Belt, typically it's planted by Memorial Day, April. It's always harvested by now. The crop is basically harvested. But what's really changing globally is there's a lot of corn being grown in South America. I mean, Brazil had a record crop last year and record soybeans. And part of the reason is because they were already accelerating their production in more and more corn, but prices spiked. And they're like, okay, well, let's plant more. And they're just accelerating those processes. So you need bad weather globally for corn to really go down. And that, to me, is really what really matters. And the key thing reason we're talking about corn is it's the most significant agriculture commodity on the planet in terms of dollar value production. Next is really soybeans. Soybeans are a little bit stronger, but the bottom line is it's grown globally. And they're actually just finished planting in South America, and they just got some decent rain.
So does it mean the worst of the pain potentially is past?
Yeah, so well, the pain for people who, I think it's the worst of the pain for spiking prices, but now it's pain for farmers, which is normal. That's what usually happens. Virtually every country in the world supports their farmers. The U.S. is one of them. We actually pay farmers not to plant. Our farm I had for a while, we actually took a government program that paid us not to plant for a while. But it's the pain is usually going to tilt back to farmers, and that means they just will probably have to have lower prices for them to shut off that supply spigot, which is unfortunate the way, but that's just the way commodities, most notably agriculture, works. The reason agriculture is so important is that's the shortest supply-demand cycle. It usually can bring on supply in a year.
All right, let's talk livestock. I mean, let's get serious here. What's the difference between live cattle and feeder cattle?
So to be honest with you, I don't follow live cattle much anymore. Feeder cattle is a younger animal. Here's why. Because I gave up on trying to find correlations to cattle and what really matters to get prices to go up or down. But one thing I like to point out is it's basically feeder cattle. 1/3 of the demand for corn is for livestock and cattle. They call it feed and residual. But the other most significant third, is for ethanol and motor fuel, and that's actually declining. So demand for corn and a lot of these products that are being used for biofuels, the demand for gasoline is declining. So I'm tilting away from feeder cattle intentionally because I don't follow it that much, and it's just hard to figure out. The correlations just making you lose hair.
Interesting. All right, so let's go to someone where I think you feel more comfortable with the correlations, and that's crude oil. Again, we're sitting here at WTI rate just above $75 a share. What are the next, catalysts, one way or the other, to look for?
So I think it's heading towards 50, Paul, which is not profound at all because it's bottomed around 40 the last few times, starting in 2008 and 9 during U.S. recessions. Now we're tilting that way. The key catalyst now is what happened last year. It's the higher price cures kicking in crude oil. What last year proved with Russia's invasion of Ukraine and all the tightening in most central banks is the elasticity forces. That means the forces when prices go up to bring on more supply and squash demand are stronger than ever for crude oil. So right around 75, I fully expect it to head towards 50 or 40, and that's a normal cycle. It typically has to get cheap to really bottom to reset those forces. And I don't see what stops it right now. The key thing I'm worried about is if we get a normal correction in U.S. stock market for a recession, which is very high probability now if you look at conference board leading indicators and things like that, then crude oil will do what it normally does. It has to get cheap to go back up. So I'm looking at 2025 as a year to expect a rebound if it continues down next year, which I fully expect it will.
Hey, Mike, when it comes to Dr. Copper, which investors have watched pretty closely for so many decades to see what it really tells us about where the global economy is headed, do you think that's still the case when it comes to copper and obviously the exposure, especially when we're talking about China and some of the issues there with the demand? Does it still tell us and reflective of where the economy could be headed in the next year or so?
I think that's a perfect tilt because copper and industrial metals, the Bloomberg industrial metals are down about 13% this year, the industrial metals index. Copper is somewhat flat, but aluminum and all the other industrial metals are down. That's a global tilt towards recession. Weakness in demand out of Europe and China. It's happening in energy and happening in all commodities. And the only one that's really up this year is gold. That's a significant tilt towards global recession from commodities. So industrial metals, copper, a really good indication of that. I like to take the price of copper in pounds per in dollars per pound. Right now, it's about $3.80 a pound. That implies, if you overlay that with the S&P 500, and S&P 500 around 3,800, it's been almost the same price, depending on the decimal, for about 5 years, and implies a 10-year yield heading towards 10%. So that, to me, is an indication from copper industrial metals that we're heading towards that recession. Yields and stock prices will likely go down if copper is a good indicator, and I think it typically is.
Mike, what's the topic that clients want to talk to you about the most these days?
Well, they call me McClune for good reason. I've earned that but I'd like to say, I was right this year, but I had to be wrong first. You got to take the pain first. I didn't think crude oil would get that high, but the main thing now is tilting towards gold. What stops this gold market from breaking out? Now, I like to quote what Roger Babson said in 1929. To repeat what I said a year before and a year before, that gold's going to break out to new highs. It's a matter of time in terms of dollars. It's just a question of when. It looks like next year's a key tilt. So gold is the one commodity I see is quite bullish. It's trading around $2,000 an ounce at the moment. But in terms of other currencies, it's made new highs, and it just keeps bouncing above that level. And the key thing I think it needs to go higher is that Fed pivot, the tilt, and a little bit of less competition from high U.S. interest rates and that enduring U.S. stock bull market. Once we get a little tilt lower, maybe recession, I think gold's just sitting on the launch pad.
So really, when you look at gold over the next few months or so, depending on obviously where the Fed trajectory is going, which we feel like potentially we may already be where the terminal rate will potentially stay there. But really, when you're looking at gold, you're not expecting it to really move much further up and break out further from here?
Expecting a significant breakout. The question is when. And I have to admit, I've been expecting that for 2 years. So I've been early, but most gold bugs are.
Really?
But the key thing, remember, is the markets are priced for the Fed to cut about 90 basis points by next year around this time. I don't really know that's going to happen, but gold is just sitting on the launch pad. And I like to point out the most significant thing about gold is the deepest pockets on the planet are buying gold, and that's central banks. And they can print money and buy gold. That's not U.S., but it's China, Russia, and that's still happening. ETF flows have been somewhat subdued, but I think they're going to start kicking in. And gold, like I say, it's the one enduring bull market in history that looks like it's ready to break out, particularly when the U.S. enters recessions, is when gold really typically shines.
All right, Mike, thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate getting the overview. We go from corn to
everything,
hogs to,
cattle.
Yeah, who knows where we go with this guy. We didn't even get to crypto. Mike McGlone, he's a senior macro strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence, covering all the commodity space. BI space COMD. That takes you to the Bloomberg Intelligence commodity dashboard. Everything you need to know about commodities, all the research, all the data, it's right there, backed up by serious analysts like Mike McGlone. So appreciate getting a few minutes of his time. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
Thanks, Paul. Blackstone is looking at buying opportunities in European real estate. Its CEO, Steve Schwartzman, spoke with Bloomberg at the UK's Global Investment Summit.
The deal business is not totally in mothballs, and these things start again. And I think we're more on that side of the cycle, although it has been, somewhat dreary for a year.
Blackstone shares are lower. To hear the full conversation, head over to the Bloomberg Talks podcast, and that's available wherever you get your podcasts. Well, shares of Spotify, they're higher before the bell. They're up about 4.5%. And that's after the e-commerce company said merchants set a Black Friday record with a combined $4.1 billion in sales. Now, Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle has reaction from analysts and its president.
The Shopify president, Harley Finkelstein, saying the world showed up for our merchants and the excitement is only building with Cyber Monday still to come. That is, of course, today. Analysts agree that they're very positive on Shopify's results on Black Friday, thinking that the growth would continue through Sunday.
Well, Adobe adjusted its prediction for Cyber Monday, and it now says U.S. shoppers will spend up to $12.4 billion online today. And that's due to the popularity of buy now, pay later features, and also to the stronger than expected spending on Black Friday. And the owner of TikTok is making some cutbacks. Sources tell Bloomberg that ByteDance plans to cut hundreds of jobs in gaming, unwind projects under development, and weigh potential sales of existing titles. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. We'll have more Bloomberg Markets in just a bit. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks right now trading little changed. S&P is down 3 points, drop there of 0.1%. Two-year Treasury yields now at 4.91% with the 10-year, 4.42%. S&P again hovering near technically overbought levels. Right now, the Dow is down 88, drop there of 0.3%. S&P, as I mentioned, to put it in context, down 0.1%, while NASDAQ higher by 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up now by about 33 points. We've got spot gold up $9 the ounce to 2009, gain there of 0.4%, while West Texas Intermediate crude is at 75.40 a barrel. WTI right now down by about 0.2%. The Commerce Department reports new home sales dropped in October for the second time in 3 months. Economists say mortgage rates are curbing demand. A monthly Bloomberg survey suggests the Federal Reserve will keep rates higher for longer to quell inflation. Again, recapping, stocks are trading mixed. Little change right now on the S&P 500 index, down by about 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Jess Met and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Let's talk a little tech investing. You know, it's been 10 years since the term unicorn was coined. But man, a lot has changed in those 10 years. A lot of companies are choosing not to go public, in part because these markets aren't very good. We've had a couple of them recently, Instacart and Klaviyo, but that's about it. So let's get a sense of what's happening there in the tech world in terms of venture capital and capital structures and going public. Janae Tier joins us, Senior Data Editor for Crunchbase. Janae, thanks so much for joining us here. Talk to us about the dashboard you guys have for kind of like, who's a unicorn? How many are there? Kind of what's happening with these unicorns and maybe their migration to public markets?
Sure. So on the Crunchbase Unicorn Board, we track all of the unicorns globally, and there are close to 1,500 companies on the Unicorn Board. So 1,489 who are still private companies who've been valued at $1 billion, and the majority of those companies got valued for the first time at $1 billion in 2021 and then even into 2022. And so the question for a lot of those unicorn companies is they got valued in a very, very different market where the valuations were incredibly high. So how many of those companies really would still be on the board today if they raised funding? And for a lot of those companies, they're facing a challenging funding environment. The late stage funding market has completely contracted, and have those companies raised a lot, which allows them to kind of ride through the slow tide, or are some of them going to have to come back, try and raise funding, have their sales down and not be able to do so, and therefore possibly face closures? So I think we're going to see more closures coming across the board in tech, but specifically also from those on the unicorn board.
Of the few companies that joined the Crunchbase unicorn board back in October, what industries were they focusing on?
Yeah. So we've seen, this year, I think, despite the fact that the funding market has contracted massively and it's almost half of what it was, what we are seeing is companies who are joining are specifically in the AI sector has been incredibly hot. And so I think venture would be even more down if it wasn't for AI. We've also seen a lot of companies in the semiconductor space, specifically in China, join the board. We've seen a lot of large fundings go into climate tech. So there are different sectors, but out of the new unicorns this year, it's been dominated by AI. And I would say 1 out of 5 companies is in the AI sector that have joined the board this year. But counts are down. I think we'll meet probably about 100 companies or under 100 who've joined this year. And I think the last time that happened where around 100 companies joined was back in 2017. So the unicorn board looks very different today than what it looked like in the last few years.
So one of the things that's obviously changed in the last 12 to 18 months is the interest rate environment, with interest rates rising so dramatically. How has that impacted kind of just the venture community, in Silicon Valley and elsewhere that you observe?
Yeah, well, I think the biggest impact has been on the public market side, where we've seen values for tech stocks come down significantly for public companies. And I think what happened in the private tech space is so much money went into these large and late stage companies in 2021 and into 2022. And what was being modeled is, these companies could be valued at these very high amounts in the public markets, and therefore these values are justified in the private markets. And that's completely changed.
How do you think this ends up impacting the outlook for potential IPO plans for companies moving forward into next year?
Yeah, I think what's interesting in speaking to a lot of analysts in this space is that a lot of companies that are on the unicorn board that have had the last 2 years to kind of clean up their balance sheets. So for a lot of those companies, they've looked at the public markets and said, if you are going to go public in this environment, you need to show either that you're profitable or a path to profitability, and you also need to show that you're growing as a company. And I think on the unicorn board, there are a number of companies who fit that profile and are looking and have spent the last 2 years cutting costs, shedding some staff, focusing their efforts, and are looking to go public. They haven't been able to go public for the past almost 2 years, and they're looking to go public. It seemed to be softening up and opening up in September when, as you said, Instacart and Klaviyo, 2 of the strongest tech IPOs we've seen in the last 18 months, tested the public markets. And that was going to be a sort of test to see if other companies could go out. And I think even though those stocks are down, Klaviyo's are down around 20% from where it went public, Instacart a little over 25%. Even though that's the case, I think for a lot of companies, they need liquidity for their investors. They've been private for a very long time. And if they do hit the profitable or near profitable as well as growing, I think they are going to be testing the markets in 2024. So we won't see a deluge, but we are going to see companies who've been planning and preparing who will then say, the market's not at its lowest point. Some of the tech stocks that are stronger have done better this year. And so there is a window for these companies to go out, but I think we're going to see it in 2024.
Janae, a really dirty word for IPOs in general, but certainly for tech IPOs and venture-backed IPOs is down round here. And coming into the public markets, or just even in the private markets, are we seeing more and more down rounds here because the company's simply need the capital?
Absolutely. So I think for most of these, for Klaviyo and Instacart, they were down, Instacart more so. I think they were valued at around 39 billion and they came out at around 9.9 billion. So that's a massive discount from their last private round. And I think broadly across the industry, and we're seeing this across every stage, down rounds are the new normal, or flat rounds are the new normal. And so for most companies who are looking to raise in this market, they're not expecting to raise at an up round. And I think that's the same for companies planning to go public, that companies are expecting to go out at a discount from their last private round or their last highest round. And because that's where the market is, and that's a more realistic measure. And so in some ways, that's normalized across the industry and expected. It's not necessarily a sign of weakness. It's just a sign of the fact that valuations are in a very different place today.
We talked about which industries that had gotten added to that board recently in cybersecurity, also companies that have exposure to artificial intelligence. But what industries have you noticed, especially in the unicorn space, that are having a more difficult time?
Yeah, I definitely think companies in e-commerce are having a much tougher time. Consumer-oriented companies are having a much tougher time. I think the big sectors overall that we see that are still big, but are down from where they were in 2022. Healthcare is still a very big sector in industry. Financial services, fintech is a huge industry as well. So I think there are a lot of industries that are still doing well, but we're seeing the consumer sector is the most impacted.
So, Janae, let's say I'm an entrepreneur. Let's say I might even have a little bit of a track record. I've got a new idea, and I head over to Sand Hill Road in the Valley. Can I raise money today?
I think it's incredibly challenging to raise funding in this climate, that you need to be very different from what is out there currently. And if you think of the number of startups that have gotten funded at the seed stage in the US alone, the companies it's in the thousands of companies have raised their first $1 million in seed and are still sitting at that stage. So I think the climate is incredibly challenging. And what we're hearing from investors is if they're looking at their portfolio, and I think part of the reason why investors have pulled back so much is they look at their portfolio and how much their portfolio is struggling to raise that next round. And that makes the investors much more cautious about investing in something new. So you have to be very differentiated. I think if you're in the AI space, you are differentiated if you're going to capture this market or play in this market. So I think that's one sector where we've seen a lot of a rush and a much more competitive funding environment and higher valuations. I think in almost every other sector, it's challenging. And I think each of these investors is looking at their portfolio and looking to move their stronger companies along to raise that next round. And so I think it's just going to be incredibly challenging for all startups and new startups. But having said that, given all the layoffs, there are companies or individuals who have strong talent set coming into the market who might be founding companies. And those are the people that might find it a little easier just because of where they come from, the knowledge they have and the skill set. Those are the companies those are the individuals and companies that will be backed in this environment.
All right, very interesting discussion. Really appreciate you taking the time. Janae Tier, Senior Data Editor for Crunchbase. So tough times out in Silicon Valley in the context of raising capital, venture capital for new ideas. Good to get an update there. Let's head down to Washington, D.C. right now. World and national news with Nancy Lyons.
Thanks, Paul. Today was scheduled to be the last day of a 4-day truce between Israel and Hamas. But Qatar says the two sides have agreed to extend their ceasefire for 2 more days. This is U.S. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby.
The humanitarian pause in Gaza, now in its 4th day, will be extended for another 2 days through Thursday morning Israel time. This humanitarian pause has already brought a halt to the fighting, together with a surge of humanitarian assistance. Now, in order to extend the pause, Hamas has committed to releasing another 20 women and children over the next 2 days.
Kirby went on to say they hope to see the pause extended even further, depending on if Hamas agrees to release more hostages. Today, Cyber Monday, is expected to be another strong shopping day. Poonam Goyal with Bloomberg Intelligence says shoppers are surprising analysts this year.
We were proved wrong. I mean, you saw the numbers. Adobe had pointed to 7.5% increase in sales over Black Friday. They raised their estimate for today, with sales rising by as much as 9.7% today. So those are pretty good numbers coming out of the weekend. And we think if the consumer can travel, they can shop.
Poonam Goyal with Bloomberg Intelligence. Adobe predicts overall holiday season revenue will increase 4.8% compared to 2.5% growth in 2022. 98 Christmas trees, more than 142,000 twinkling lights, and nearly 34,000 ornaments deck the halls of the White House this year. First Lady Jill Biden is unveiling this afternoon her theme of magic, wonder, and joy. She's hoping every room will capture the pure, unfiltered delight and imaginations of our childhoods and will allow visitors to see this time of year through the eyes of children. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg with the S&P 500 index down 3 points right now. That is a drop of less than 0.1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 89, a decline there of 0.3%. The Nasdaq Composite Index, though, advancing 30 points now, up by about 0.2%. Stocks fluctuating after a rally that sent the market toward one of its biggest melt-ups of the last 400 years. For the past 4 weeks, we have seen the S&P 500 index advance. The 10-year yield now 4.42%, with a 2-year 4.92%. Spot gold up $8 the ounce to $2,009. That is a gain of 0.4%, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil is down 0.3%, $75.29 a barrel on WTI. It is Cyber Monday. Ahead of Giving Tuesday tomorrow, American shoppers will be spending up to $12.4 billion online today, according to Adobe, which adjusted its initial forecast of $12 billion upward based on stronger than expected spending on Black Friday. Oliver Chen covers retail for Cowen, and he was a guest this morning on Surveillance, and he talked about the retail outlook.
The consumer's still there. Unemployment's low at 3.9%, and there's dollars on the sideline, $700 billion. So there's money to be spent. But shoppers, they're definitely prioritizing needs versus wants. They're seeking promotions. And we believe investing in your body and face continue to be a big theme. We like Ulta here, too.
He mentioned Ulta. Those shares unchanged right now. Retailers mixed. We've got Amazon climbing 1.3% among other retailers. Best Buy down by about 0.5%. So again, recapping, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ trading mix, little change. That is the key takeaway for the S&P, down now by 2 points, a drop of less than 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Jess Menton, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Let's get right to our next guest. This is a joy for me.
Legend.
George Ball, a legend on Wall Street, in my opinion. He's chairman of Sanders, Morris, Harris, but he's been doing this a long time. I'm not calling George old here. I'm just saying he's been on Wall Street a long time. He began his career as a stockbroker at E.F. Hutton, one of my favorite. If you don't know what that is, go Google it or go to YouTube and see the commercials. But I interviewed with him way back in the day. I'm talking 88 or 89 when he was at Beige. Did not get the job.
That's what I was going to ask.
But that did not derail my career. I went on. But he's not chairman of Sanders Morris. George, thanks so much for taking the time. We really appreciate getting a few minutes of your time here. I want to take advantage of your perspective, your experience, George. I mean, we've had a crazy 2-3 years here in these markets, what with the pandemic and whatnot. When you sit back and maybe talk to your biggest clients, what are you telling them these days?
Well, I appreciate being called a legend, because a legend is basically synonymous with has-been, and that's probably true of me. Yeah, and I apologize for your not getting the job. I should make your or credential age. Looking back is very educational and instructive. It's not terribly predictive, though. One of the wonderful things about the investment world, financial world, for everybody, is that it's ever changing, it's ever dynamic. It's sort of like a kaleidoscope, and what was in the past or the things that created a set of circumstances a year ago, 5 years ago, 30 years ago, doesn't really matter. So the interaction of finance, emotion, world affairs, economic affairs that creates Wall Street or investment is very different going ahead than it's ever been in the past. And I think that is particularly exciting today. Most pundits believe that the market, at least over the shorter term, is overextended. It's rallied a lot in November, and they think, well, it's time for a pullback. It's too extended. But again, I think that's historic or a retrospective reasoning rather than a good view of what lies ahead for us.
From your purview, how do you view the American consumer and the resiliency there when you still have so many people questioning the strength, but yet we're still continuing to see, especially with these latest sales numbers for Black Friday as well as Cyber Monday, that American consumers continue to spend?
The American consumer, actually probably consumers and households worldwide, are really what drive economies and drive growth and productivity. We tend, I think, to look to the Fed, to look to the government, to look to the leaders of the EU to either create prosperity or to create recessions or economic contraction. That's not right. It's really the individual and collective energy, gusto of the household that creates what lies ahead. And the U.S. case of recent weeks, and I think going forward, what lies ahead is people want to do better. People are invigorated. People will spend because they'll work, and they're earning good money, and actually now better money in real terms than they have for several years. So I think the pessimists, may be blinded to what really drives the economies. It's not the Fed. It's individuals. It's households.
George, in your, I was just looking through some of your notes here. You have I think a really out of consensus call here: buy regional bank stocks. Why do you say that? There's definitely a lot of concern out there.
All right. First, a disclaimer: our company owns a regional bank, so I've got a built-in bias. Start with that. Step away from it. There are a very few regional banks that are in somewhat compromised positions. Republic National Bank, Silicon Valley Bank were really wealth management firms that lent excessively as a way to attract clients to their wealth management platform. I understand their rationale, but it was poorly done. There are some number of regional banks that have lent too much money to commercial real estate enterprises of one sort or another, and they are apt to be squeezed. But of the over 4,000 banks in the United States, there are very few that are in that predicament. Broadly speaking, community bankers are very, very cautious. They're conservative. They're very aware of the regulatory oversight that's placed on them. And the stocks are extremely inexpensive now, selling for a half or a quarter of what they did a year or two ago. So I think that the pessimism regarding regional banks should have been or should be limited to a very small number, and the rest are screamingly cheap with strong growth prospects ahead of them, and in many cases, generous dividend yields.
We only have about a minute left, but what's the top question that you hear from your clients?
The biggest question that our customers have is, should I be involved in equities, or are they simply too risky in a world where I can get a 5% return on the 5-year treasury? Our answer to that is own both. The 5-year treasury yielding 4.5% is more apt to appreciate and throw off a positive real return. But people who turn their back on equities are blind to the fact that American business can prosper in this type of interest rate climate and grow at a very substantial rate.
Hey, George, thanks so much for joining us. Really a treat to get a few minutes of your time. George Ball, he is the chairman of Sanders, Morris & Harris. And if you want to find out about a couple of really, really high-quality investment bank brokerage firms from back in the day, go Google Basin Company and E.F. Hutton, two of the best names out there back in the day, all of which have been consolidated, and which, as we see across Wall Street over time. I appreciate getting some of George's time. S&P 500 really unchanged here. We've got the Dow off 2% and the NASDAQ up 0.25%. Yields coming in just slightly. 10-year Treasury, 4.41% on your 10-year. Crude oil now below $75 per barrel. More coming up. This is Bloomberg. Let's check in on company news, Hal, with Lisa Mateo.
You got it, Paul. Elon Musk took to his social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, for a live chat with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, Musk arrived in Tel Aviv today to get a first-hand look at the damage that was left behind by Hamas after its attack on Israel. And Musk spoke about the difference between Hamas's actions and Israel's response.
The rebuttal is often made that, Israel has killed civilians, also in Gaza, but there is an important difference here, which is that Israel tries to avoid killing civilians.
Now, Musk is also expected to talk about rising anti-Semitism online when he meets with other politicians. It comes after he received criticism for endorsing anti-Semitic comments on X. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow says Starlink will be another focus.
There are talks between the Israeli government and SpaceX on activating Starlink coverage in the country. Remember that when the Israel-Hamas war first started, Musk talked on X about the idea that they would activate or operationalize Starlink in the Gaza Strip. He then walked those comments back.
Now, Ludlow also says that the Israelis are hinting that it's a deal close to being done. In other news, weight loss drugs could be seeing flexible pricing. The Financial Times spoke with the chief executive of Novo Nordisk, who said it's in talks with healthcare systems about innovative pricing deals for Wegovy. Now, the company is hoping to help health services spread the cost across many years. Novo Nordisk has no plans to cut the price tag of the drug. Shares of Novo Nordisk right now, they are down just a fraction. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, looking at these markets right here, mixed red and green. The S&P pretty much unchanged right here. The Dow's off 0.2%. The Nasdaq's up 0.3%. Lighter than normal volume as well as we come out of this holiday weekend. Yields coming in slightly. The 10-year Treasury's in 5 basis points, 4.41% on your 10-year. WTI crude oil, it is off 1.2%, accelerating a sell-off we see here throughout the day. Now it's $74.64. Bitcoin also off about 1.8%. 39,900 on your Bitcoin, so holding below that $37,000 level. Let's get an update on world and national news right now with Nancy Lyons in Washington, D.C.
Thanks, Paul. Israel and Hamas are agreeing to extend the 4-day pause in fighting for another 2 days. That's been confirmed by Qatar. That says conditions for the ceasefire will remain the same. U.S. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says it's unknown, though, if Americans will be included in those released.
As it has come out over the last 3 days, we don't really know until you get into the end game who's going to be actually on that list, and then even then you got to watch closely to seeing if who's on the list is the folks that actually come out. So we're watching and hoping.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby. On Sunday, a 4-year-old girl with U.S. citizenship was released, but her parents were among those killed in the October 7th attacks. President Biden does not expect to attend the COP28 climate summit later this week in Dubai. Although no official announcement has been made, the U.S. delegation preparing for the annual climate talks has been told not to expect the president at this year's event. That's according to people who've asked not to be named because the information is private. More on this from Bloomberg Government Congress reporter Zach Cohen.
We're not clear why President Biden is not attending this particular COP summit, as obviously other pressing foreign policy matters that might be requiring his attention in Ukraine and Israel.
Bloomberg Government Congress reporter Zach Cohen. The Global Leaders Summit that opens COP takes place Friday and Saturday of this week. Memorial observances for former First Lady Rosalynn Carter began today with special observances at her alma mater, Georgia Southwestern University, and Americus, Georgia, followed by a motorcade that's traveling to Atlanta, where her body will lie in repose this evening at the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum. 2 funerals are planned, one for tomorrow in Atlanta that President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden will attend, then one on Wednesday in the Carter's tiny hometown of Plains, Georgia. Both services are only for invited guests. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg. Now back to you, Paul and Jess.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. We appreciate it. You're from Corpus Christi. That's like
I am.
That is way down there, dude.
Wait, South Texas.
Yeah, man. Holy cow. And South Padre Island. That's where the fun place to go.
Yes,
right?
the beaches down there. Lots of
very
fun.
Cool.
Good
You got a
times.
story for us that includes Texas, no surprise.
Of course, this is what I picked out. So Texas bets battleship will attract tourists with Galveston move. Our own Joe Mizek over here at Bloomberg News writing this story. So apparently Texas has spent $60 million to refurbish a 1914 ship's hull there. So this battleship was birthed in the Houston Ship Channel at the San Jacinto Battlefield Park. So this is about 25 miles east of downtown Houston. So it did receive about between 80,000 and 90,000 visitors a year when you're looking at some of those numbers there. But this new venue is going to be Pier 21 in Galveston. So it's a tourist destination on the Gulf of Mexico. So they're estimating that the attraction needs to sell 283,000 tickets a year to support itself. So ticket prices would range between $17 and $20.
Are you talking about the Gulf of Mexico? I'm talking about South Padre Island, Coconut Jacks. That looks like my kind of place, man. Cocktails.
It's a great time.
Yeah, you can go.
It's warm weather, pretty much year
parasailing,
round.
jet ski rental. So you can go have a couple of cocktails, and then you go parasailing or going on your jet ski in the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, that's got me written all over it.
Maybe jet ski first and then get the cocktails out.
Wow. So how far is South Padre Island from where you were?
From Corpus, maybe an hour. I mean, it only took us about 45 minutes to get to Port Aransas.
I need to get down there. That sounds like
it's
my
a good
kind
time.
of place. South Padre Island, they would love me down there.
They would.
S&P 500 unched on the day. We're just going to leave it right there. Coming up, Sound On with Joe Matthew. He is in Washington, D.C. Sound On starts right now.
from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
Two major stories that we're following here developing before our eyes.
What does it say about Trump's influence on the Republican Party?
What can the Biden administration do on its own to support Israel?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
The Republican caucus is at war with itself.
Members of Congress would have a press conference every day if somebody would cover that.
There is bipartisan support for Israel.
This is one of the big ones we only see once every decade or 2 decades in the Middle East.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
The truce will be extended. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as Israel and Hamas agree to pause fighting for 2 more days to allow for the release of 20 more hostages. This is just breaking as we speak now. We'll have the latest from Israel from White House correspondent Jordan Fabian from Washington here, where the fight over funding is also resuming. An eye on oil prices today. We'll discuss with Bob McNally at Rapidan Energy ahead of this week's delayed OPEC meeting why prices continue lower. And we'll have analysis on all these stories from our signature panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us for the hour, and it's all after a look at Wall Street. We bring you up to date on trading first, of course, with the help of Charlie Pellet in New York. How's it look, Charlie?
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Happy Monday. Let us begin with crude oil. West Texas Intermediate down another 1.3% today, 74.56 a barrel. Yes, we've got more on crude coming up right here on Sound On. Natural gas also lower today. Nat gas now trading lower by 3.5%. Equities little changed with the S&P now down 3 points to 45.56. That is a drop of just about 0.1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 90, a decline there of 0.3%. But the Nasdaq Composite Index higher by 41 points, up now by about 0.3%. 10-year yield 4.41% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.91%. Spot gold up $9 the ounce to 2010. Again, a gain there of just about 0.5%. So what about the market outlook and the Federal Reserve? Torsten Slok is chief economist at Apollo Management.
The trend is very clear. The Fed is getting what they want. They want a slowdown, and that's why you will ultimately get excess savings running out. And let's not forget, student loan payments started on the 1st of October. That's why retail sales for October was relatively weak. If we put all these things together, I still think that the slowdown continues.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Lots of tech earnings this week. CrowdStrike Holdings will underscore how businesses are prioritizing cybersecurity after recent high-profile corporate hacks, while Salesforce and Dell are expected to post slower sales growth. CrowdStrike up 0.9% right now. Salesforce up 0.7%. Dell higher now by 0.2%. Again, recapping, U.S. stocks trading a little change right now with the S&P 500 index down by 0.5 point. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Hope you had a great long weekend. We are back in Washington, back to reality with breaking news. I'm Joe Matthew here in the nation's capital, and glad you're with us on the Monday edition of Sound On. We just heard officially from the White House that we have a deal to extend the pause in Israel. It will result in more hostages being released. Here's Admiral John Kirby speaking a short time ago from the briefing room. We'll get that for you as soon as we can from John Kirby. Here's the deal. 2 more days for 20 hostages. This just coming together in the last hour or so, and I want to bring in Jordan Fabian right now, White House correspondent at Bloomberg. Jordan, this was the hope. We heard from Joe Biden over the weekend, who said, you know, we've got this initial 4-day plan. The hope was to extend it and maybe get additional hostages. It's not a coincidence that we have 20 hostages in this case. There was an agreement that called for some structure here for each day. I believe, or each 2 days, it was 10 hostages. Could this just keep going on indefinitely?
I think President Joe Biden and the U.S. would love to see that. Israel has still made it clear that after this pause, after there are hostages released, that they plan to continue their military campaign against Hamas in Gaza. And so we haven't heard any indication so far that they plan to change those plans. But the longer this goes on, I think the U.S. hopes the more time they have to maybe talk Israel down, maybe downsize that continued offensive once this is over.
Yeah. This is something that came up on Sunday morning television. Mike Turner, who chairs the House Intelligence Committee, a Republican, was concerned about the lack of detail that the administration had, or at least was making public, about the hostages. Do you have a sense of whether the White House knows where they are?
I think you heard John Kirby in the briefing today admit that they don't really have a ton of details about the whereabouts, particularly of the remaining Americans who are being held. Part of the complication of this is that you're dealing with Hamas, which is a group whose leadership is deep underground in Gaza. All of this is being done through an intermediary in Qatar. And so the two parties are not talking directly. The hostages are also being held not just by Hamas, but by other groups like Palestinian Islamic Jihad, who may have moved them around to different locations. So it's a lot of this is a leap of faith. A lot of this is not information like proof of life, well-being is not really readily available. But what we've seen so far over the last few days is that the releases have taken place. The hostages are getting back. So I think the hope is that they can continue to do that.
While you're still with us, Jordan, the matter of Israeli funding is obviously a real one, and it's something that we're going to be talking about quite a bit as lawmakers return to Washington. There are questions, though, about what form it might take. Chris Murphy, the senator, a Democrat from Connecticut, suggested over the weekend that essentially humanitarian strings would be attached, that it would be based on making good on international humanitarian law, knowing that there have been an extraordinary number of Palestinian civilians who have been killed in this conflict. Is that something that the White House is open to?
President Biden said on Friday that he would look at ways of conditioning this aid. That's a shift. Before, in the beginning, when this was first proposed, said, we're going to help Israel, no strings attached. But since then, this offensive has taken place in Gaza. A lot of Palestinians have died. Whole cities have been leveled. And so the mood has turned among Democrats. They want to see some concessions here. But then the calculus gets tough because Republicans don't want to see concessions. There's also the broader disagreements over Ukraine and immigration that could subsume this Israel issue. So the path to passing Israel aid is a lot harder than it was just a month ago.
Isn't that for sure? It does seem like it's kind of out of the White House's hands at this point. And the president needs to wait to hear from leaders on the Hill. Is that the case?
Reading between the lines of what the president has said, I think he's saying, look, if you guys have a proposal for conditioning this aid, let's see it, write it into law, and we can see if we can get it passed. But I don't see the president acting unilaterally to do that. Right. He's looking to Congress. So, as you said, yes, it's now in lawmakers' hands.
Hope you had a great holiday. It's good to see you. Thank you, as always. Jordan Fabian covering the White House for us here at Bloomberg, getting things started here on the Monday after. As we mentioned, news is breaking here, and we're also watching the price of oil, remembering great concerns that so many people had about what might happen to energy prices if the war between Israel and Hamas somehow grew into a second or a third front. We've seen the opposite happen. Oil prices have, in fact, come down in a bit of relief over that, but also with, of course, supply and demand issues really driving prices here, a slowing economy in China, an expected slowdown here in the U.S. So it's something that we wanted to talk to Bob McNally about at Rapidan Energy, because we do have an OPEC meeting that's coming up this week, and oil ministers will likely be reacting to everything that I just mentioned. Bob is with us right now, of course. Rapidan Energy, as I mentioned, former National Security Council Senior Director for International Energy. He also spent some time in the White House. Bob, it's great to see you. I hope you had a great holiday. We're looking at crude oil here, and I'm looking at WTI at this point below $75 a barrel. The OPEC meeting is on Thursday. Is there anything that ministers will do, and I suspect you've got an answer to this, to try to shore up prices going into winter?
Hey, Joe, it's great to be with you. Yeah, there is a little bit of sort of side business, though. Before we get to keeping a floor under prices, OPEC Plus kind of set itself up for some discussions back in the summer when they said, look, for a few countries in Africa, Nigeria, Angola, Congo, we're going to lower your quota starting in January. So even if we were here at $100 a barrel, Joe, there still is going to be some litigation going on about finalizing those lower quotas for some of those producers. Then you get UAE, which got a bump. So there's that. And that's largely why we delayed, why we didn't have the meeting the OPEC Plus meeting on Sunday, and now it's going to be Thursday. I think it's largely because of that, let's call it side business. But then comes the issue you just described. Oil prices are a lot softer than they thought. Balances are softer. We didn't see the big inventory draws everyone expected in the third quarter. So now they have to decide whether to extend their voluntary cut, the Saudi voluntary cut, or even cut deeper. And Joe, I think chances are they will. They'll at least extend the current Saudi cut through the first quarter of next year. OPEC Plus remains in proactive, precautionary and preemptive mode. That is our best case. I think odds favor some form of continued restraint on supply to keep prices from falling out of bed here.
What does it mean if that's the case, if they do get some cuts here? And I know that the Saudis are asking others to lower their quotas to try to shore up prices. What could we see between now and the end of the year?
Well, I think if we get a solid extension of the Saudi cut at the very least, an extension of the 300,000 barrel a day Russian restraint on exports, UAE may be asked to wait a bit before increasing its production, as was promised in the summer. That's an additional restraint of 1.5 million barrels a day. I think we'll see a rally. I'd hope we talk about geopolitical risk. I think it's a little too low. So I think between here and the end of the year, if we get the OPEC Plus restraint, I think geopolitical risk is skewed higher. I think we can get a nice little rally here into year end. If they fail to cut, if they fail to signal the market their continued resolve, oil prices could be heading south pretty fast.
This is fascinating, considering the fact that there's a hot war in the Middle East, Bob. And that's where we started the hour here, talking about Israel, Hamas, and now what appears to be, and in fact is, an extended truce. We're going to get 20 more hostages out here. The headlines have been a bit better over the past couple of days. But we've seen massive destruction and continued fighting with an expectation that fighting will resume. I know we're not at war with Iran, but are you surprised to see oil prices continuing to sink in this environment?
I am a little bit, I have to say. Our base case is not that this Gaza war will spread regionally, but it's not zero. And when we look at options pricing and flat price and just talk to our clients, you get the impression there's zero risk of disruption. And it's not zero, it's at least 30%. I'm surprised at how many of our traders think that somehow Israel's not going to resume the war, that this truce will get extended, and become permanent. We're pretty sure once they've gotten all the hostages out they will go back to business, and in Gaza. And we think, the risk is not zero. And you see now we're boarding ships that the Houthis are seizing. We're starting to attack the United States and kill Iranian proxies that are attacking our troops. So, neither Tehran nor Washington wants to see a global conflict, but you can't always get what you want. And we think the cycle of violence is going to resume here when the truce is done. And so another thing, Joe, surprising that the Biden administration, I would say to its credit, is not only filling the SPR amidst two wars going on, but also I think is getting ready to really crack down on cheating under the G7 price cap on Russian exports. They're willing to take more risk than they were this summer or before in restricting supplies in order to fill that SPR and also make life a little more uncomfortable for Joe Biden. So rack that up there too as another bit of a man bites dog story a little bit.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you mentioned what's happening with the Houthis. We should let our listeners and viewers know what took place over the weekend. The USS Mason responded to a distress call off Yemen, an attempted hijacking of a chemical tanker owned by an Israeli billionaire. They managed to pursue the attackers. They tried to get away, and they were apprehended. But all the while, 2 ballistic missiles were fired at the Mason from Houthi-controlled Yemen. They landed about 10 miles away. That could have ended very differently, Bob, and that's the kind of story you're talking about, isn't it?
Absolutely. We've had about 80 attacks and rising on U.S. forces. So far, thanks to God, we haven't had anyone killed. But, a lot of folks looked at the Iranian foreign minister when he came out and said, look, we don't want this war to go regional. Fine. But then they didn't pay attention to his next sentence when he said, but if Israel continues its attacks in Gaza, it will become inevitable. And I think folks are just whistling past the graveyard a little bit about geopolitical risk in the Middle East. It's not zero.
We learned today that the president will not attend COP28 this week, the big UN climate summit. I don't know if that was on your radar. Apparently, John Kerry is going to go in his place. But that's, of course, an organization and an event that wants to put quotas to transition to green energy in a more aggressive place than they are now. What does it tell you about just the menu of options here and the priorities that this president is facing that he decided not to go?
You know, it must have been a difficult decision for him, because ever since the Biden administration approved the Willow project back in the spring in Alaska, they have been losing. You see it in the polls, losing a lot of young voter support, really under pressure, and that's why they cracked down a little bit more. They're trying to get tighter on the environment. So I have to say, I was a little bit surprised to see the president not going there and waving the flag. I think there is a concern that maybe there's not going to be some very good deliverables there. They're talking about restraint on methane, trying to get together with China on a renewable target, but really there's not a lot of substance there. And so maybe he's concerned about going to a kind of a substance-free meeting. There's also controversy because the COP28, after all, is being hosted by one of the world's largest oil producers and exporters, oil and gas, and there's controversy there. But a bit surprising because he's underwater with his young voters, and I would think he'd want to shore up his green credentials by going.
It's a great point. Bob, it's good to talk to you. I appreciate your joining today. Bob McNally at Rapidan Energy, where he's president, also former National Security Council Senior Director for International Energy, and a unique perspective, which is why we talk to Bob frequently here on Bloomberg Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Want to assemble the panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. We're going to have a lot of time for Rick and Jeannie throughout the hour here. But just to pick up on where Bob left off here, Jeannie, your thoughts on Joe Biden deciding to stay at home to manage this crisis and not attend the COP28 summit in Dubai. Will you regret that?
I don't know if he'll regret it, but I too was as surprised as Bob. You know, just given the poll numbers, as he mentioned, and we've talked about 18 to 34-year-olds, he is suffering in that age range. The environment, climate, really, really key issue for him. For them, and of course the poll number is suffering now because of Israel, but you add those together, I was surprised he chose not to go, but the reality is he does have so much on his plate. It is really, really possible that he just couldn't fit it into his schedule, and he's going to find another way to shore up those green credentials.
I can only assume that that is the case here, Rick. Would it also suggest that this truce could be extended again?
Yeah, I think that obviously it's gotten extended, just notified today for another couple of days. Hopefully many more hostages will be released. That could be a positive impact on the president's numbers. But we also see in recent polling that the young people 18 to 35 are turning against the war in Israel. And so you couple that with the lack of commitment on climate.
That's where we'll pick up when we come back with Rick and Jeannie. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Yes, 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Amazon's $1.4 billion deal for vacuum cleaner firm iRobot risks being derailed unless the firms fix a list of competition concerns highlighted by the European Union's antitrust arm. The European Commission in Brussels has issued a so-called statement of objections. iRobot down 15%, Amazon up by 1.4%. Stocks are fluctuating. Right now we have got the S&P little change, down a point, down less than 0.1%. The Dow down 61, drop there of 0.2%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index higher now by 39 points, up by about 0.3%. 10-year yield 4.39% with a 2-year 4.91%. Gold up $10.50 the ounce to 2011, up by 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%, 75.36 a barrel. Saudi Arabia is asking others in the OPEC Plus coalition to reduce their oil output quotas in a bid to shore up global markets, but some members are resisting. So what is likely to happen at the next OPEC meeting? Robert McNally is president and founder of Rapidan Energy Advisors. He was interviewed moments ago right here on Sound On.
They'll at least extend the current Saudi cut through the first quarter of next year. OPEC Plus remains in proactive, precautionary and preemptive mode. That is our best case. I think odds favor some form of continued restraint on supply to keep prices from falling out of bed here.
And again, we do have West Texas Intermediate crude 75.43 a barrel, down by about 0.2%. ExxonMobil shares are right now down by just about 0.7%. BP up 0.2%. Chevron down 1.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Just don't call it a ceasefire. The pause, or the truce, if you will, is being extended. This is breaking news today from the White House. Thanks for joining us. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. It's been a couple of days, and we've got a lot to talk about here. Having seen the release of dozens of hostages over the weekend, it appears there will now be 20 more and an extra 2 days of pausing, of course, in the fighting between Israel and Hamas. Here's Admiral John Kirby a short time ago at the White House.
This humanitarian pause has already brought a halt to the fighting, together with a surge of humanitarian assistance. Now, in order to extend the pause, Hamas has committed to releasing another 20 women and children over the next 2 days. We would, of course, hope to see the pause extended further, and that will depend upon Hamas continuing to release hostages.
We reassemble our panel for their take on what's happening. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors, join us here for the balance of the hour. And Rick, I wonder your thoughts here as Joe Biden cancels his trip to Dubai for COP28 this week to focus on this matter. I know the Qataris are helping to broker this deal, but the White House is taking some credit for making it happen. Is this the way it keeps on rolling? Another day, another extension?
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but the point you made in the last segment that a pause doesn't necessarily go to a ceasefire. Well, Joe Biden said over the weekend in Nantucket that he hopes the pause does result in a ceasefire. And of course, I think that's what everybody's hoping for right now, is some more tangible end of hostilities so that the balance of these hostages can be returned. I also thought that one of the things that was not well reported is that the Qatari foreign minister, Sheikh Mohammed Al Thani, has made the point that part of Hamas's issues with releasing prisoners is that there are a number of other terrorist groups operating within Gaza that hold hostages that are not directly under the control of Hamas. And so Hamas has to go fetch them. They don't know where they are, all of them. So it just shows you the level of disarray that exists in Gaza and how hard it's going to be able to secure the release of all these hostages.
President just tweeted, Jeannie, I have consistently pressed, he writes, for a pause in the fighting to accelerate and expand the humanitarian assistance. This, of course, is something we've talked about a lot, having seen a real shift in sentiment among young voters. To Rick's point earlier, 18 to 35-year-olds are largely not happy with the stand that the administration has taken on this. This is why the president, of course, at least partly, was out over the weekend talking about the deal that had been put together. Let's remember the fact that a 4-year-old girl, a dual U.S. citizen, was freed over the weekend. You've probably heard about Abigail. Here's the president.
A little girl named Abigail, who turned 4 years old. She spent her birthday, and at least 50 days before that, held hostage by Hamas. Today, she's free, and Jill and I, together with so many Americans, are praying for the fact that she is going to be all right.
Abigail Eden is her name, Jeannie. To what extent does this revelation help Joe Biden here at home in making the case for why the administration is backing Israel?
You know, I think that people have to look at what has happened over the last several days. I don't think in the aftermath of October 7th, many of us would have thought that we would see these hostages coming home. They were obviously held too long. There's obviously a lot more there. But the Biden administration does, to a certain extent, feel, and rightly so, vindicated that his approach, this hard driving private diplomacy, has gotten us to where we are. Just today, as you've been reporting, another 2 days in this pause that we all hope gets extended and gets everybody out. So they do feel they are headed in the right direction. With the pause, there has been enormous opportunity to get humanitarian aid into Gaza, much needed there. And so all of those factors, for anybody who reflects seriously on this, would help people, and particularly young people, support what the Biden administration is doing, or at least it should. You know, we can't say how people will feel in the polls. The numbers are pretty stark for them right now. But, you know, every once in a while, a leader has got to say, I'm doing the right thing regardless of the polls. And in this case, Joe Biden is. And let the chips fall where they may. He has been supporting our ally Israel. He has been working hard to get aid in there and working hard to get hostages out. I don't know what more you could ask for. So to a certain extent, the polls have to be damned in this case, whether they're young people or not.
Quite remarkable to see Elon Musk walking around in Israel today, Rick. This, of course, is following, as he says, you know, watch my actions, not my words. This follows a severe backlash on what we used to call Twitter, following what I think we can agree was an anti-Semitic repost that he made. It's driven some major advertisers away. And now suddenly, if you're with us on YouTube, you see this video of Elon Musk walking around with a Kevlar vest side by side with Benjamin Netanyahu, pulling out his phone, taking pictures of the carnage left behind as they tour him through the area here. He described the attack by Hamas as evil and jarring, and says he wants to help rebuild Gaza after the war, following his conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu, who, by the way, did not address the anti-Semitism on X. Rick, what in the world is going on here? Is this a prelude for a Starlink deal in Israel?
Well, I think it's more a hope that the platform X isn't actually being canceled by all their advertisers because of the anti-Semitic retweet that re-X that got him into all this trouble. I mean, this is the most high-profile apology tour that I've seen in a long time. You know, he's in the woodshed. Only Bibi Netanyahu can get him out of it, and maybe ultimately the untying of all of Bibi's relationships in the United States because of it. It's very difficult to see how this is anything in his favor. So doing a piece of work for Elon Musk by trying to get him out of self-imposed exile is going to be maybe his last act as prime minister. I can't see how this is actually going to do anything but put him under the political thumb of voters in Israel.
Well, that would be quite a price for him to pay in this case, Jeannie. It is reported that the Israeli government is in talks with Musk about setting up Starlink as a backup to its own military communications. What do you make of this, though? A rehabilitation tour in a hot war zone?
Yeah, to stop advertiser bleeding. I mean, it's really astounding. And you know, Elon Musk, rightly so, has really found himself caught after he retweeted that horrific anti-Semitic posting, and you know, the advertisers rightly fled. He's also got this controversy going on about anti-Semitism with Media Matters, so he's over there trying to shore that up. You know, I think really critically important as we think about Benjamin Netanyahu is that the Biden administration doesn't stop here. I think what we heard from Bernie Sanders over the weekend, you mentioned Chris Murphy, what we've heard from other folks is that this blank check, rightly so, cannot and should not continue. Whether we attach it to, obviously, you have to respond to and abide by international law, certainly. But another thing it should be attached to is that Bibi Netanyahu commits to no more settlements, and he stops his rhetoric that continues to this moment about the fact that he will not work with the PLO. You can't destroy Gaza, take out Hamas, and leave it with absolutely no power structure. And if we're going to give aid over there, as we should and we have, we should make sure that the views of Americans attached to that aid are perfectly clear. And yes, the amount of civilian deaths an important part, but there's also the strategic part of that for us. We have an interest in that, and that interest needs to be addressed.
Well, let's go there. Coming up, we're going to talk about the contours this debate is taking. You've got the chair of the House Intelligence Committee on Sunday morning saying no funding will be passed this year because of border security and the White House's posture on that. While the Democrat from Connecticut, Jeannie's talking with, says we won't pass any Israel funding without strings attached, humanitarian strings. We'll get into that next with Rick and Jeannie as lawmakers come back to town this week. Let's get you up to date first on world and national news with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. A temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is being extended. The original 4-day agreement was set to expire at the end of today, but Israel and Hamas have agreed to add 2 more days. Hamas has released 58 hostages as part of the deal, while Israel has freed 117 Palestinian prisoners in exchange. Adobe is projecting shoppers will spend up to $12.4 billion online for Cyber Monday deals, and it says online shoppers shelled out $9.8 billion on Black Friday. But before retailers celebrate, Bloomberg's Charlie Wells says Friday's numbers come with a caveat.
This is one of the situations where good news out the gate actually could be bad news for retailers going forward. You know, Adobe Analytics has been studying this, and they are actually projecting just about 5% growth this year, which of course is better than last year. But when you compare that to pre-pandemic, growth in 2019 in the holiday shopping season was 13%.
Bloomberg's Charlie Wells reporting. A new supply chain council is holding its first meeting today with the goal of improving America's logistics. President Biden is calling it the White House Council on Supply Chain Resilience. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. After 4 weeks of gains for the S&P 500 index, we are looking at a down Monday right now. Little changed. S&P down 2.5 points right now, down less than 0.1%. NASDAQ continuing its advance, up 33 points. That is a gain of 0.2%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 68, a drop there of 0.2%. Bottom line here, we've got the 10-year now yielding 4.40% with a 2-year 4.91%. Gold up $11 the ounce at $2,012, higher by 0.6%, and a retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.1%, 75.43 for a barrel of WTI. New home sales dropped in October for the second time in 3 months, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Mortgage rates are curbing demand. The West showed the sharpest sales decline. The Midwest also fell. The median home price dropped to the lowest in more than 2 years, $409,000 as demand moderated. Meantime, a monthly Bloomberg survey suggests the Federal Reserve will keep interest rates higher for longer amid stubborn inflation. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And Vinny mentioned some of the home building stocks. We've got Toll Brothers down by less than 0.1%. Little change. KB Home down 0.5%. Pulte also little changed, up now by just about 1 cent. So again, recapping here, stocks are trading lower. Little changed. S&P down 3, a drop there of 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
They managed to extend the truce in Israel. This just breaking a short time ago. If you're just joining us, important for you to know here on Bloomberg that we got 2 more days and 10 more hostages. The White House making that announcement just after lunchtime here in Washington today. Lawmakers are just coming back into town. The Senate getting back to it. The House will resume later with a big conversation about funding. We may have reached a truce and even extended it, but there is still no agreement on funding here in the U.S. In fact, it seems to be getting more complicated as we go. We're going to talk to the panel about this just a day after Mike Turner, who chairs the House Intelligence Committee, said on Meet the Press, don't expect it this year.
I think it'd be very difficult to get it done by the end of the year. And the impediment currently is the White House policy on the southern border. The White House in this package, including it as a national security package, recognizing that the southern border is a threat, put in funding, but it's going to need policy changes. Congress is going to require that there be laws changed to make certain that the border returns to its prior state, perhaps remain in Mexico, other types of provisions that would secure the southern border.
I'd like to hear from both of you on this. Rick Davis, we've talked about the border unlocking opportunities here when it comes to Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, and a lot of other issues. And you know intimately what it's like to be involved in an attempt to negotiate immigration reform. In this case, we're talking about more than just throwing money at the border. Is Mike Turner right that this will have to go much deeper when it comes to asylum law before a deal is struck?
Yeah, I think you actually have to think of it in reverse. I think you have to think of all these Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel funding as unlocking border security, because look how many times over the last 3 decades we've failed to get any decent legislation passed related to border security. And of course, along partisan lines, you have Republicans who want to do something about people coming across the border, and you have Democrats wanting to fund more activity related to the immigration into the border. And the two are not seeing eye to eye. The best chance we have in the Senate of Republicans and Democrats working together seemingly haven't made much progress through the holiday week. And so we're starting, from a very difficult position. Voters want support for our allies. When you look at the numbers, the polls say, give more aid to Ukraine, give more aid to Taiwan, give more aid to Israel. And yet the number one thing that voters say they want is a stronger border in addition to all those things. So if you're a elected official, Republican or Democrat, you have to look at this and say, it's a no-lose proposition. If we do nothing, voters will punish me. So I don't know if they're reading their polls, but if they do, they're going to try and get something done before the end of the year.
That would be remarkable. Jeannie, I wonder your thoughts on this and whether you think it's possible. We can't even figure out how to fund the government around here, never mind conduct some successful negotiation over immigration reform. To suggest that would be done by the end of December would take a small miracle, wouldn't it?
Oh, it absolutely would. You know, the Senate is due to leave on December 15th. They're just back in town today, the House in tomorrow. You know, this is the fifth rail of politics. I mean, the idea we are on our second continuing resolution to keep the government open. They can't even pass appropriations bills and get the government funded under normal circumstances. That they will, in an election year or the weeks before the election year starts, come to an agreement on something that has been as confounding as immigration reform, I would be stunned. I mean, the reality is everybody has for decades known it's necessary. We need it. But coming to an agreement on what it will be has proven to be almost impossible. I don't have faith we'll get it done. We have a new speaker. We have very close, the closest ties in both the House and the Senate. And we're coming into an election year. And oh, by the way, this is going to be tied to controversial aid for Ukraine, aid for Israel, and doing something in Taiwan. I don't see it. I hope I'm wrong, but it's hard to imagine at this point.
Well, further complicating things, and by the way, these could all be necessary complications depending on how you feel about these issues. We mentioned it earlier. Chris Murphy, Democratic senator from Connecticut, says also not going to get Israel funding without some sort of humanitarian strings attached. He was asked about it on Sunday morning television.
I guess I'm not sure what would be controversial about simply saying that aid we give any country has to be used in compliance with international law. And, yes, of course, I do think that Israel needs to be more careful in the way that it is conducting these operations. I think that you can defeat Hamas without this level of civilian casualty.
Again, that's Chris Murphy from Connecticut. Does that slow things down, Rick? Does it make it impossible? What do you make of this? How would you actually even quantify that? If you think there was a war crime or something, you'd have to have real-time judgments on what's happening in a war zone.
Yeah, anytime you start talking about conditional aid, especially conditional military aid, you kind of run down a very dark place. Look, I mean, even Prime Minister Netanyahu has stated that they have not done a good enough job on avoiding civilian casualties, which I think ultimately is what Senator Murphy is really getting at. We've got to see a reduction in the carnage of civilians. And so I think everyone's aligned on that. And I don't think some kind of vague wording in a funding document, to give more funding to Israel's war machine is going to make a difference. Everyone is aligned to try and reduce these casualties. The reality is that as much as we can, the focus is now starting to shift from war fighting to humanitarian aid going across the border, pauses in the fighting in order to get hostages out. And there's a real question as to whether or not this could lead to a ceasefire. And then that opens up new questions about what the aid would be used for. So time is not the friend of anybody's on this. And that's why I think there's going to be more and more pressure for the Senate and the House to act on these budget items and these supplementals before they get out. And Jeannie's right, December 15th is the deadline. But I've seen this Congress in during a presidential year on Christmas Eve in order to get their work done. And so maybe Santa can give it a little lift here.
Well, it's very true. Santa here, I guess, would be Chuck Schumer, who kicked out a Dear Colleague letter last night, Jeannie, saying, be prepared to work beyond December 15th. We've got less than a minute, Jeannie. Is there any way that would the money be rescinded if Israel violated humanitarian law?
I think it's very difficult to do that. All of our aid should come, and it does, with strings attached. And, if you violate international law, that, is definitely an issue. But I think, again, even more important than that, as important as humanitarian aid is, we need to let Israel know that they need to accept a peace framework. You can't wait until this is over to start talking about a peace framework over there.
Especially if Elon Musk isn't going to fix it. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our signature panel. Yeah, Elon is there if you didn't notice that. We'll have some final thoughts from the panel straight ahead on Sound On. This is Bloomberg.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. iRobot shares now down by 19%. Amazon's $1.4 billion deal for the vacuum cleaner firm iRobot risks being derailed unless they fix a list of competition concerns highlighted by the European Union's antitrust arm. The European Commission in Brussels today issued a so-called statement of objections. Again, iRobot down 19%. Amazon shares, they're rallying by 1.4%. Lots of tech earnings this week. CrowdStrike Holdings will underscore how businesses are prioritizing cybersecurity after recent high-profile corporate hacks, while Salesforce and Dell are expected to post a slower sales growth when they report this week. Blackstone Group CEO and co-founder Steve Schwartzman says his firm has seen a bevy of buying opportunities in real estate across Europe, and Bloomberg Radio caught up with him this morning at the UK's Global Investment Summit in London.
We just were involved with a situation in Norway that's $12 billion. So the deal business is not totally in mothballs, and these things start again. And I think we're more on that side of the cycle, although it has been, somewhat dreary for a year.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Blackstone shares down now by about 0.4%. Those are our top company stories, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Joining you live from Washington, as we do each day at this time, Kaylee Lyons will join the conversation in just 5 minutes, and we'll have some final thoughts from our signature panel, Rick and Jeannie, after we update world and national news with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. The pause in fighting between Israel and Hamas is being extended for another 2 days. White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says it's a good sign.
We would, of course, hope to see the pause extended further, and that will depend upon Hamas continuing to release hostages.
John Kirby says in the next 2 days, Hamas says it will release 20 women and children, with Israel also releasing additional Palestinian prisoners. Kirby says it's unclear if any Americans being held hostage will be among those freed. Billionaire Elon Musk said he'd like to help rebuild Gaza after the Israel-Hamas war. Today, he visited one Israeli community that was targeted by Hamas in its October 7th attack, and Musk was escorted by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow explains why Musk toured that site.
The context here is that earlier this month, Musk made a post on X that appeared to endorse another user's anti-Semitic theory. And Musk has since said that he is absolutely not anti-Semitic. A number of people have spoken up on his behalf saying he is not anti-Semitic. But that's the backdrop of why he's there and what he's engaging with.
Again, Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow. Adobe Analytics is predicting Americans will spend up to $12.4 billion today, also known as Cyber Monday. That's on top of the better-than-expected spending on Black Friday. One thing that may be driving all the spending this holiday season is how much cheaper it is to drive.
Gasoline prices have been falling for 60 days straight. That's the longest streak in more than a year, and it's allowing many consumers to shift that spending at the pump to retail just in time for the holidays. AAA says the average gallon of regular across the country costs $3.25. That's more than 60 cents below the peak from mid-September and about 30 cents cheaper than this time last year. 14 states now have average gas prices below $3 a gallon. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Joe.
Right, Nancy, thank you. Webster's out with its word of the year today. Did you see this? It's not something hip. It's not something that just came about this year that they got their heads around. It's pretty bland, actually. The word is authentic. And as soon as you start to think about it, it's not a mystery. Noting the rise of AI and its impact on deep fakes, actor contracts, political ads, academic honesty, and the rest. Merriam-Webster's, by the way, lexicographer, great title, Peter Sokolowski, says what we realize is that when we question authenticity, we value it even more. Final thoughts from our panel here. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. I was actually pretty compelled by this the more I read into it. Jeannie, he says, we are now recognizing that authenticity is a performance in itself. What does that tell us about the state of affairs in the world right now?
Yeah, I mean, and they present it as, oh, you've got to distinguish between what's real and what's authentic, and it's so hard. It's a little bit, it's a little bit stunning. But I think, too, they chose it because they could mention that, it's been used by Elon Musk and others. And so, it seemed like Taylor Swift had a little to do with this as well.
Authentic, Rick. Some of the runners-up, by the way, included deep fake and dystopian. What in the world is happening to American culture when this is the word of the year?
Well, I'm afraid it's not that new to me. Long before influencers ran the world, there was this guy named John McCain who ran for president in 2008, whose primary value was he was an authentic American.
Well done. I should have expected nothing less. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, I hope you both had a great Thanksgiving and delighted to spend time with you on this Monday with some pretty important stuff to talk about. The truce extended, more hostages to be released. Insights from Rick and Jeannie only here on Sound On. Hour 2 starts right now.
From our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
Two major stories that we're following here developing before our eyes.
What does it say about Trump's influence on the Republican Party?
What can the Biden administration do on its own to support Israel?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top name.
The Republican caucus is at war with itself.
Members of Congress would have a press conference every day if somebody would cover them.
There is bipartisan support for Israel.
This is one of the big ones we only see once every decade or 2 decades in the Middle East.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
2 more days and 20 hostages. Welcome to Hour 2 of Sound On as Israel and Hamas agree to extend their truce to allow for more hostages to be released beyond the dozens we saw over the weekend. We're going to have the latest on a breaking news story here from Israel and on the funding battle here at home. In a conversation with Mick Mulvaney, the co-founder of the Freedom Caucus, former acting chief of staff in the Trump White House. More on the funding fight with Jack Fitzpatrick at Bloomberg Government. And we'll talk later with Bloomberg's Reed Pickert on the price squeeze facing so many consumers as we head into year end. She's got a great story on the terminal, and it's all coming up after we update the markets. Let's get to Wall Street right now with Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Indeed, lower across the board, little change. Perhaps your key takeaway as of 2 p.m. Wall Street time. S&P now down by about 2 points. Drop there of less than 0.1%. We've got the Dow in the red by 45 points, down by about 0.1%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 27. That is a gain for NASDAQ of about 0.2%. 10-year yield 4.40% with a 2-year 4.91%. Spot gold up $11 the ounce to 2012, up by about 0.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%, 75.28 a barrel on WTI. Wall Street is coming off of 4 weeks of gains. So can those gains continue into the new year? Jordan Jackson is global market strategist at J.P. Morgan Investment Management.
We're getting signs finally that the Fed is willing to say that they're finished raising interest rates. I think they will continue to push back on the aggressive amount of cuts that are being priced into the market for next year. But I think we've seen the equity market remain pretty resilient under higher interest rates, and that dynamic could very well continue over into the beginning of next year.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Lots of tech earnings this week. CrowdStrike Holdings will underscore how businesses are prioritizing cybersecurity after recent high-profile corporate hacks, while Salesforce and Dell are expected to post slower sales growth when they report this week as overall corporate expenditure tightens. Again, recapping, stocks little changed with the S&P down now by 1 point. The 10-year yield 4.40%, the 2-year 4.91%, and gold up 0.6% at $2,012 the ounce. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, we thank you. And welcome to the Monday edition of Sound On. Hour 2. I was waiting for music there. That's me.
Yeah.
Every now and then there's music and then there's not, and it's up to me to figure that out. I think I did that wrong. Kaylee Lyons, it's great to see you.
Hummed a few
You could have
bars,
started talking at any
provided
moment, I suppose. But we'll figure this all out. Nice to see you. Hope you had a
Likewise.
lovely Thanksgiving. We're going to talk to Mick Mulvaney in a moment, as we always do at this time. We've got breaking news today, and it's awfully important. I know a lot of people are getting back to work. You might not have your eyes on the ball here. If you're just joining us, there is a deal. It's official now, and the White House has confirmed this deal to extend the truce for the release of 20 more hostages, and this follows what I think most of us would agree is a successful weekend in getting a lot of folks out of harm's way.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been more than 50 hostages already released by Hamas, even more Palestinians who were held prison in Israel who have been released because, of course, there's this 1-to-3 ratio as part of this deal. And it is pretty much the same deal terms that will go forward for another 2 days. Originally, this ceasefire was expected to expire early hours local time tomorrow, and instead it'll run through Thursday. But Joe, of course, despite the extension, Netanyahu is still maintaining when this temporary ceasefire is over, the fighting's going to keep going.
Which might be, I guess, the genius part to the way this agreement was written, because there was a structure for extending it. 2 days, 10 hostages, and it's actually working in this case. That doesn't mean it will be extended again.
Yeah.
With great questions here now in Washington about funding going forward. We talked about this with Rick and Jeannie last hour. I'm not sure they agreed, Kaylee, because you've got Mike Turner, who chairs the Intelligence Committee, saying we can't figure out a border deal by the end of the year, and without it, there is no funding. And Chris Murphy, the Democrat from Connecticut, saying we're not going to approve Israel funding without humanitarian strings attached. So you think they're going to get this done by the end of December?
If they do, it's going to be a very hard-fought battle to actually get it over the finish line, in that you have these kind of competing priorities. On the one hand, there is bipartisan support largely to continue funding Israel, but you are starting to see more pushback on the progressive Democratic side because of the humanitarian concerns and the civilian death toll that continues to just climb higher and higher until at least the ceasefire went into place. On the other hand, you have Republicans who are just wary of spending more money in general, who want to try to extract some border security measures out of any potential deal. And it's just very unclear to me, Joe, how you put all of that together and actually do so within a relatively short timeline. I'm not sure that they're going to get this done before the end of the year.
I don't know. Rick was of the mind there might be enough pressure to actually make it happen. Jeannie says, call me back when you have a serious question. I mean, we can't figure out how to fund the government here. We're going to figure out comprehensive immigration reform. I don't know. Rick's been there as well. So I do give him a lot of credit for his view. Mick Mulvaney, I'm sure, has strong feelings about all of this. He's back with us for his weekly conversation. It's great to see you, sir. I'll forego the business cards for everyone because I'm pretty sure everyone knows who you are at this point. But I don't know your thoughts on this. Do we put Chris Murphy and Mike Turner in a room?
Yeah, I hope they can figure out who I am, because I'm still trying to figure it out myself.
I don't
look, getting folks in a room is not the problem. Kaylee's absolutely right. There's all these sort of contributing factors that's going to make it difficult. And the only one I think she forgot is that the time pressure is off now. And I know that's sort of a perverse reverse incentive, but typically big deals would get done at Christmas. And again, right before the August recess, because that's when Congress wants to go home. Well, they don't have the sword of Damocles to hold over the members right now, because the funding deals go beyond Christmas. So I think it's highly unlikely anything gets done, at least on some of the border security. Israel's a little different story. I know there's been some pushback on the humanitarian issues from the Democrat side. That's not unexpected. But I still think there's broad support for Israel funding. If anything gets done by Christmas, that might be the one.
So, Mick, you don't think 2 ongoing hot wars are enough pressure on the timeline, even if it isn't an actual in writing funding deadline?
You know, when they vote, when they vote for money, Kaylee, it's mostly to sort of, say, hi, I voted for something, I care about this, right? They know in the back of their minds, it takes a long time for that money to go out anyway. So if they approve a deal December 15th or January 15th, it doesn't really make that much of a real world difference in terms of when the money gets to where it needs to be. A lot of the Ukraine money, for example, hasn't even gone yet. I mean, they've spent billions of dollars there. It takes a long time to spend that much money. You heard Biden, I think last week, say there was a $100 million package. That's a rounding error in some of these dollar figures they're talking about. So yeah, look, there's pressure, but the pressure is PR pressure. It's not real world pressure. It's not like the outcomes are going to change overseas if they take an extra 30 days.
53 days, I believe, till the government starts at least running out of money in that first tranche. I wonder what form this takes then, Mick, because obviously we've outlined the challenges here, and you know that, of course, the speaker already brought Israel funding to the floor as a standalone. Will it then be at the mercy of a border deal, or is there another swing at this that looks like something we're not even aware of now?
Yeah, all the old textbooks you sort of take them out the window, because everybody in DC knows how this would have been worked out over the course of the last decade and a half, which is there would have been some monstrous omnibus bill that covered all of this. I just don't see you getting that with Mike Johnson as the Speaker of the House, at least not right away. I think he's going to have to, if he does go that way, it's going to be because it's an absolute last resort to get the stuff that the Republicans want. But I still don't see that. Look, you're in a strange new world now where voting for bipartisan things in the House could cost you your gavel. I know it didn't cost Mike Johnson his gavel a couple of weeks back when he cut that laddered deal, but even then there were people pushing back saying, how is this different than what Kevin McCarthy would have given us? So you take the Washington that you've known for the last decade and a half and sort of push it aside. You don't throw it away, but you push it aside and say, look, that might be the way it goes, but that also might be the thing that doesn't happen ever again. So we're at a learning curve with a new sort of a new regime in the House for sure.
Yeah, maybe the new speaker used his one-time free pass on a continuing resolution with Democratic support. And of course, Mick, he has said he's not going to support another stopgap measure. He wants to get these appropriation bills done. Knowing the stance of Mike Johnson and the House, knowing the stance or just the reality of what a Democratic Senate and Democratic president are going to sign, who do you think ultimately is likely to come out on the losing side of this, Mick?
Oh, it's going to be the conservative right wing of the Republican Party, because that's the minority, right? The majority of the House wants to spend money on something, and the Senate always wants to spend money on everything. I know that's being sort of tongue in cheek, but that's not that far from the truth. So the conservative wing of the Republican Party is the minority within that party, and they're probably going to be the ones that take the short shrift here. Why? Because everything has to be bipartisan in the Senate. They have to have 60 votes, which means it's going to be a Democrat-dominated document coming out of the Senate. So if anything passes at the end of the day, it's going to be something that most conservatives in the House aren't going to like.
I wonder your thoughts on what we saw over the weekend, Mick, and how an event like this might change the entire conversation we're having. And that's the latest by a group of Houthi rebels who fired 2 ballistic missiles at a U.S. naval vessel. This is the USS Mason that was responding to a distress call off Yemen as apparently an Israeli billionaire's chemical tanker was being hijacked. Something like this could have taken on a very different form. They fired those missiles and they landed about 10 miles away from the Navy vessel. And I'm sure that the Navy has a lot of methods up its sleeve to counteract a missile attack like that. But if that had gone in a different direction, what would it mean for the debate here in Washington?
Dramatically different. That's what everybody's afraid of, Joe. Everybody here, everybody in D.C., I'm not in D.C. right now, everyone in D.C., of course, anybody who pays attention to this worldwide is worried about expansion. They're worried about a bleed over into Lebanon with Hezbollah. They're worried about Iran's intervention. They're worried about Russia's role. So far, the Israelis have kept everybody's been able to keep it sort of concentrated around Gaza. Yes, there have been incursions across the Lebanon-Israel border. There have been events like you just described with the Houthis and so forth. These have been sporadic, however. There hasn't been sort of an organized expansion of this dispute. I got to give some of the GCC countries credit for that, because I think they're probably interested in keeping things as quiet and as contained as possible. Everybody's interested in that, with the possible exception of Hamas, Hezbollah, and maybe Iran. So, yeah, that's the kind of stuff. That's the outlier, right? That's the black swan. That's what you really worry about, is this exogenous shock to the system, what takes this from an incident in Gaza that blows up in the entire Gulf Coast, in the Gulf region. So that's that's the kind of stuff that gets everybody's attention over the weekend.
Well, would it mean funding more likely, or would it mean a more difficult debate?
No, more likely and more quickly. If things really got out of hand, right now it's a convenience, right? You can argue about border security, you can argue about Ukraine funding, you can argue about Taiwan funding, because things have sort of calmed down. And I don't want to say that they're not finished. Leon, I hope I'm making myself clear. It's calmed down a little bit from where it was, but it's still very, very tense. Okay, but you can still you've got the ability to take your time a little bit. If Iran is launching, nuclear weapons at Israel or vice versa, you don't have time to think about that kind of stuff.
Well, Mick, of course, all of us were glued to the developments in the Middle East over the region, but there were other things in the news over the weekend as well, including this very long conversation that Republican Congressman from New York, George Santos, had on X Spaces, of course, formerly known at Twitter. Joe, I think we have a little bit of that, right? He's, of course, facing down a very likely expulsion vote, potentially as soon as this week.
This
and
conversation,
it feels like,
the word we're
rant?
going with you? Extended.
Yes, you can choose your wording here, but this is a little taste of Congressman Santos.
In the ranks of the United States Congress, there's felons galore. There's people with all sorts of shisty backgrounds, and all of a sudden, George Santos is the Mary Magdalene of United States Congress.
He also called himself a Republican it girl at one point. He said, though, he knows he'll get expelled when this expulsion resolution goes to the floor. But, Mick, does he have a point about everybody else?
No, he does. The guy doesn't have a point about anything. Look, you could have a really intelligent conversation about ethics in Washington, D.C. They're not nearly as bad as everybody believes them to be. I've been there for 15 years. It's not like Hollywood makes it out to be. Are there folks there who are doing stuff they shouldn't be doing? Yeah, but there's 535 of them. Show me any group of 535 Americans, and they're not all of them are going to be as pure as the driven snow. But no, to try and distract from his own whatever it is by, sort of saying, well, everybody else does it. It's par for the course with this guy. Look, step back and realize what's getting ready to happen here. We just had a long conversation about how difficult it is for the Republicans in the House especially, but in Washington generally, to get anything done because the margins are so tight. And yet they are fully expected now to expel one of their own into a seat that likely becomes a Democrat. How bad does it have to be with George Santos for that to happen? Let's take some faith in the system under these circumstances and say, look, even though it doesn't help them politically and hurts them politically, it looks like the Republicans are getting ready to kick this nut job out. The system is working, and that's the takeaway from George Santos, not whether or not he's Mary Magdalene or an it girl or whether everybody else does it.
I kind of want to know who the it girl is. But so is he out this week, Mick? I think you just answered that question. If this becomes a privilege resolution, it's just a matter of days then, right?
Yeah, it's the first opportunity. It is. It's as soon as the sooner the better. I don't think they're waiting on. They're not sitting around going, well, we need George's vote on this one last thing. Keep in mind the government is funded past Christmas. That's not how they're looking at this thing. I think the sooner we're done talking about George Santos, the happier the Republicans in the House are going to be.
We only have about a minute left, Mick, but who is the it girl?
I thought you'd follow.
Do you have?
I thought it was Kaylee. I thought you were the it girl.
Oh, easy.
No, listen,
oh, you flatter me.
But right now, I mean, we'll do this next week. Maybe it's Nikki Haley. It just is. She's had a really good run of a couple of weeks. I don't think she's got a chance yet to dig into Trump's leadership, but she's certainly cemented herself so far as sort of the preferred anti-Trump candidate. The problem is there's not enough anti-Trump votes to give anybody the nomination right now. But she's had a pretty good couple of weeks. There's a lot of Republicans on the Hill wishing that they'd see more of Nikki Haley and less of George Santos.
Wow. I didn't expect a serious answer to that,
Yeah.
for starters. But now, now Donald Trump's going to call you because I think he wants to be the it girl, Mick.
Yeah, he's going to be the nominee, and that should be good enough for him.
Wow. Well, if you still feel that way, we won't break that to Nikki Haley yet. It's great to see you, Mick. Every week at this time, Mick Mulvaney with us on Bloomberg Sound On. Wherever you are, get back to Washington safely. We look forward to doing it again here at the table. Mick Mulvaney. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines. And it's the fastest show in politics with breaking news today from Washington on this Monday. Glad you're with us, only on Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. After 4 weeks of gains, we are looking at a down day now for the S&P 500 index, lower by 4 points, down by about 0.1%. We've got energy, industrial, and financial shares underperforming. Amazon leading gains in retailers as Cyber Monday kicks off. Don't forget Giving Tuesday tomorrow. S&P right now down 3, drop there of 0.1%. Dow Industrials down 42, a decline of 0.1%, while the Nasdaq Composite Index up 15. That is a gain of 0.1%. 10-year yield 4.40% with a 2-year that's now yielding 4.90%. Gold up 0.6%, continuing its rally at 2012. And a retreat for crude. WTI down now by just about 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude 74.80 for a barrel of WTI. The Commerce Department reports new home sales dropped in October for the second time in 3 months. Home building stocks are moving lower. Case in point, Toll down now by 0.1%. KB Home down 0.6%. And shares of Pulte, PHM on the ticker, it is down by about 0.1%. So again, recapping stocks trading mix, the Dow, the S&P, they're both lower. Nasdaq higher, S&P down now by 3 points. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
The great Charlie Pellet continues to enhance our coverage and our presentation on YouTube. We invite you, search Bloomberg Global News, not while you're driving, although I have heard that works. The cameras are lit, and Charlie Pellet doesn't fool around, Kaylee, but you don't either. And so it's great to see everybody here on the YouTubes. I've actually been deeply encouraged to see how many people are watching our shows and going back to hear our interviews, because you can always do that after the fact, just like subscribing to the podcast. Now, I don't know what we've accomplished today. We've had some breaking news, but we've also realized that the debate over funding for Israel specifically is not getting easier.
No.
It's getting more complicated.
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to be complicated in that the House has already technically passed more than $14 billion in funding for Israel. It just did so by stripping about that much from the IRS, which means the Senate's not going to vote for it.
Right.
President Biden won't sign it. So that was kind of dead on arrival. So it was always a question of, okay, then what path does it take? And maybe that path is getting a little bit more complicated as you have more and more Democratic voices either pushing back on the continued humanitarian toll that this fighting has taken. And essentially, if you're Chris Murphy, the senator from Connecticut, for example, saying, okay, well, maybe we need to make further aid contingent on making sure humanitarian international law is complied with. I'm just not exactly sure how you do that. It seems like that might be kind of tough.
Well, that's for sure. I'm sure Jack Fitzpatrick, who's with us at the table here, could weigh in on this for us. Jack, of course, specializes in appropriations, the budgeting process, and the very things that we're talking about here today. 53 days till a shutdown, I read this morning. At least, well, the beginning of a shutdown. We have 2 dates, right?
More than we usually have.
Yeah.
It's not a December deadline. They have time, at least, to negotiate this separate supplemental spending package with Israel, Ukraine. There are border measures that have to be tied into that. That's a heavy lift, but at least they don't have a Christmas time shutdown deadline hanging over them like they usually do.
Well, if I understood Mick correctly, he thinks that might be a detriment, right? Because it's the only way anything ever got done.
Basically suggesting Washington only works when they're on a deadline. That's the way things happen, and you kind of took the deadline away.
Yeah, this is an interesting measuring stick of where you stand on these issues, because when I asked some enthusiastic Ukraine supporters, people like Chris Murphy and Jack Reed right before they left town, they said, it's okay, we don't need a vehicle, this will be a big bill. A Ukraine border, Israel, Taiwan aid bill is enough momentum to move on its own. You could reasonably disagree, because those even big supplemental packages often do get tied to something. Now, on the other hand, they want to move on the defense authorization bill. They have to legislate on the FAA authorization. There are other things that could be folded in if they needed to do that. But the enthusiasts who really care about these issues at least are saying they're confident that if there's a deal on all of these big, tough issues, it can move on its own.
We're talking about border issues, though, right? That was the idea that Mike Turner expressed yesterday morning, is that, hey, we're not going to have immigration reform done by the end of the year, so this funding will likely not get done by the end of the year. Rick Davis, who was quite familiar with John McCain's efforts, walked it right up to the line and didn't get it done, actually said that the urgency around Israel might prompt a deal. Is that possible?
That is possible. I think the toughest part of this big package that they're trying to negotiate is the border component. And again, the Republicans haven't backed down from that
Is there
demand.
a framework, though? We're talking about changing asylum law here.
It's fuzzy. Yes, they want changes to asylum law, and really that's probably the crux of the issue. They're not going to just take money for border security measures. When we say border security, really the toughest demands from Republicans are asylum policy restrictions, keeping people in third countries or reducing the number of slots. The tougher questions have to do with asylum policy. We don't have a rubric for that. There's sort of a fuzzy idea of what they need to negotiate on, but that's the toughest part of this. If they can agree to where they can meet in the middle on asylum, that may unlock a lot of this other stuff.
So when the majority leader, Senator Chuck Schumer, put out his Dear Colleague letter over the weekend and said, I can bring this to the floor the week of December 4th, potentially. That's next week. So are we saying that's going to be sorted by then, or is he just basically going to put on the floor the money the White House wanted and not necessarily have all of these border measures ironed out?
The goal would be a real deal as soon as, and he said as soon as next
important
week.
Caveat.
He also simultaneously blamed Republicans, saying they're pushing for really divisive policy measures, but that's not him skipping past it and saying, oh, I think we can just pass our own Democratic bill in the Senate. So the fact that he's not ignoring it or seeking some alternate route, he acknowledged that the negotiations are still going on these border and asylum measures, makes me think he's being a bit ambitious, saying as soon as next week, but that is still the topic. There's an acknowledgement that they need a bunch of agreements on all of these things, or it's not going to move.
Well, you read a little further down the letter, and it says senators should be prepared to stay in Washington until we finish our work. They're currently scheduled to be in session until December 15th, I believe. So are we now going to create a world in which everyone's here on Christmas Eve debating border money and Israel funding?
They could. They have a lot of stuff they want to do in December. It is a nice thing that they can pat themselves on the back. And Speaker Johnson was just down in Sarasota speaking to reporters and did kind of pat himself on the back, saying there won't be a Christmas shutdown, but there are effectively deadlines. A lot of the Ukraine supporters say something needs to happen this month by the end of December to send further aid to Ukraine. There's a lot of pressure. So it's the defense authorization, FAA. That's a pretty significant lift for the month of December, even though there's not a shutdown deadline.
And then all the while, up against that shutdown deadline, isn't what they want to do pass all the 12 appropriations bills and reconcile them with the Senate? I haven't heard. Has that come out?
That's the easy part.
Right.
Come on.
I mean, when did they do that?
Jack already wrote that story.
They seem
When is that
to
happening?
be moving away from that in the Senate. The House basically succeeded or failed on all 12 bills. They passed 7. They tried the other 5 and either had failed rule votes, or they canceled the vote at the last minute. The Senate has only actually voted on 3 of the 12.
Right.
Susan Collins has been pushing for another 4-bill package with the biggest bills, but there was nothing in Schumer's letter about another minibus or whatever you want to call it. So if you're reading the tea leaves, there's not a big push by leadership to get things to the floor. They may just start talking about what can the House and Senate leaders agree on to the top line numbers, and then start having the early stages of bicameral talks rather than the Senate actually voting on its own bills.
I thought we had the top line numbers ironed out in May, but
This is such a popsicle.
They all thought that.
Oh,
they didn't.
This is the comedy portion of the program, apparently. But I'm not sure I got how that would work. So that would mean at least another CR, wouldn't it? And then the Speaker of the House gets fired and we do this whole thing all over again.
Not necessarily.
No?
If everybody wants a deal, they can strike a deal and write a bill very, very quickly.
That doesn't look like an omnibus.
No, well, now they probably are not going to do a true omnibus because they have the January 19th deadline for 4 bills that theoretically should be the easier bills than the 8 bigger, tougher ones they have until February 2nd. So it's unlikely they do all 12 in one. Now, this is just a shell package. We'll see how fast they can negotiate all of this. But if they are determined to have bicameral talks, they can produce big bills very quickly if they want to.
So big bill of supplemental border and then basically 2 megabuses, but not omnibuses.
That would be the ideal. You would have to sneak in defense authorization, some other authorizing measures.
702.
Yes, they have a lot to do, especially by January 19th and the February 2nd funding deadlines.
So are we going home for the holidays or not then?
Oh, they always do.
They will.
When they shut the government down right before Christmas in 2018, they still went home. So they'll go home and visit their families.
I was asking more self-servantly about the three of us at this table. You're going to be covering this until the brink, but that was the whole point of this laddered CR, right? And not having it bump up against the holidays. So they're not going to walk Israel funding. And then Mike Turner is going to look pretty right in January, isn't he?
It's hard to say. They have a tendency to negotiate right until the last minute when there's the greatest amount of pressure. If there's a lot of pressure, especially on the timing for the Ukraine funds to get it done in December, there could be a real race against the clock late into December. It's not a shutdown deadline, but there could be the rising pressure of these negotiations in late December for sure.
Senate gets back in a half an hour. When's the House back?
Tomorrow.
Let's get it on.
Going to be a fun 53 days.
That's right. Jack can't wait. Jack's like, come on back. I'm waiting for you. Jack Fitzpatrick at Bloomberg Government. Great conversation as always, which is why we talk to Jack every week at this time. Let's get you up to date on world and national news now. Nancy Lyons covers that from the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hey, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. Today was scheduled to be the last day of a 4-day truce between Israel and Hamas, but Qatar says Israel and Hamas have agreed to extend their ceasefire for 2 more days. This is U.S. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby.
The humanitarian pause in Gaza, now in its 4th day, will be extended for another 2 days through Thursday morning Israel time. This humanitarian pause has already brought a halt to the fighting, together with a surge of humanitarian assistance. Now, in order to extend the pause, Hamas is committed to releasing another 20 women and children over the next 2 days.
Kirby went on to say they hope to see the pause extended even further, depending on if Hamas agrees to release more hostages. Today, Cyber Monday is expected to be another strong shopping day. Poonam Goyal with Bloomberg Intelligence says shoppers are surprising analysts this year.
We were proved wrong. I mean, you saw the numbers. Adobe had pointed to 7.5% increase in sales over Black Friday. They raised their estimate for today, with sales rising by as much as 9.7% today. So those are pretty good numbers coming out of the weekend. And we think if the consumer can travel, they can shop.
Poonam Goyal with Bloomberg Intelligence. Adobe predicts overall holiday season revenue will increase 4.8% compared to 2.5% growth in 2022. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ trading mixed. We've got the Dow and the S&P in the red. NASDAQ is advancing by 10 points, little changed, up less than 0.1%. S&P down 6 right now. That is a drop of 0.1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 55, a decline of just about 0.2%. 10-year yield 4.39%, with the 2-year that's yielding 4.89%. Treasuries extended their powerful November advance as traders weighed mixed U.S. government debt sales amid bets the Federal Reserve is done with interest rate increases. Colin Martin is Director of Fixed Income at Charles Schwab, and he was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
We know that when the Fed tightens, things tend to break. If things don't slow down enough, if inflation stalls or even worse, reaccelerates, I think the Fed could act. That's not our base case, but I don't think the Fed would be slow to react if that were to happen. And we think the Fed will do what's needed to get inflation convincingly down towards its target.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Saudi Arabia is asking others in the OPEC Plus coalition to reduce their oil output quotas in a bid to shore up global markets, but some members are resisting. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8% right now, $74.94 a barrel. Among some of the oil names that we follow on a regular basis, ExxonMobil down 0.9%, BP up 0.2%, Chevron lower by 0.9%. Spot gold up 0.6%, 2013 the ounce. Again, recapping, U.S. stocks are mixed right now with the S&P down 6, a drop of 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
We talk frequently here on Bloomberg Sound On about so many issues, and so frequently it comes down to inflation, it comes down to prices. Here at Kaylee, it doesn't matter what the political story is, the economic overlay is undeniable. That's why you have Bloomberg, where we've never talked so much about Washington here, have we? Because you can't separate these stories when it comes to Washington and Wall Street. It's been dogging the Biden administration
Absolutely.
for this whole time. The president's actually holding an event today on supply chain and prices.
Yeah, trying to do more to alleviate the strains on the supply chain, knowing that it was supply constraints that really led to a lot of the higher prices experienced during the pandemic in the first place. And the president's speaking about it right now. He just said, Joe, he knows prices are still too high for too many things.
Well, as I like to say, we're always watching so you don't have to. Whether it's the debates or the hearings or whatever, that's why you come here. We'll tell you what happened since you have a life. And Reed Pickert is doing the math so you don't have to. This is like the best story of the day on the terminal here, right?
It is.
Just how bad is the U.S. cost of living squeeze? We did the math, says Reed, and she's here at the table now. Great to see you. Great work. This is why you're all over the airwaves all day today.
Happy to be here.
Well, yeah, except you're telling a pretty sad story. By the way, if you haven't seen this, go to the terminal, go to Bloomberg.com. Really great graphics and just a great piece of reporting here that's going to really hit home for you as you consider everything from electricity to curtains that you ran prices on here. So what did you find after you did the math?
Yeah, so I think, thinking about this story, we talk so much about inflation here at Bloomberg and covering the economy. I talk to economists a lot who talk about inflation and the Fed who talks about inflation. And we're always focused on that rate of increases and whether we're going to win the inflation fight. And I think something that has always stuck with me is the fact that winning the inflation fight doesn't actually mean that prices are going to decline. It just means that they're going to grow at a slower pace. And so when you talk to actual people and you ask them why they're so angry about the economy, they're angry because prices are so much higher than they used to be. So I think of something like groceries, where in the years leading up to the pandemic, grocery prices hardly ever changed. They'd occasionally have a spike if there was a drought or a bird flu of some kind, but really they were almost exactly the same for years. And then if you look from January 2020 to now, grocery prices are up 25%. And there's not really many parts of the household budget that have been spared from this, whether you're looking at car insurance up 33%, restaurants up 24%, pets up 17%.
I feel that one.
And so it's kind of all of these elements all at one time, that this the cumulative inflation rather than just the year-over-year inflation that we talk so much about.
Yeah, I mean, you write in the story that it now requires $119.27 to buy the same goods and services a family could afford with $100 before the pandemic. I mean, that's like
Great
20%.
math.
It's
But that
great
also
math.
brings it home in a way I haven't heard anywhere else.
Well, and it raises the question, Reed, of what about their incomes over that same period? So they have to pay roughly 20% more. Nominally, at least, wages are up about that much, right?
Yeah, so exactly. So when we think about what kind of price growth we're working with, the amount of the prices have risen in the last couple of years is about the same as in the full